All right. We're ready. Let's go. Right. Oh, no.
Mine's not working.
All right. Is everybody ready to watch some good derby? Let me line up the right song. Sorry for the technical difficulties here. All right. Now here, in just a minute and a half, we'll be watching Ruhrpott versus the Dom City Dolls. Now everyone give it up for Ruhrpott Roller Derby. And in this skate out, we're looking at number 10, Ninja's Nemesis. 109, Maleficent. 12, Leela. 127, Evilarius. 142, Fire Sky. 165, Bobsy Balboa. 181, Barbecue. 19, Evil Ivy. Number 3, Hokey Frankenstein. 32, Jess F Slash. 41, Mariah. 47, Elsa Stark. And 701, Helen Hematoma, the captain. Everyone, one more round of applause for Ruhrpott.
And now we have Dom City Rollers, our home team. Give them a big cheer. We have number 1, Eindbaas. Number 100, Mags. Number 105, Ferocious. Number 174, Fisherman. Number 22, Dalai Drama. Number 32, Nitroline. Number 505, Scrambled Legs. Number 55, Footloose. Number 65, our captain, Dulcleet. Number 77, Formidable. Number 8, Mighty Duck. 805, Death Valley. 89, Wrecking Ball. 90, Twisted Asset. And 99, Hysterical. Give a big cheer for Dom City.
All right, we'll be your announcers today. Is there anyone who does not speak Dutch? Yeah. Okay, then we will stick to English.
Thank you.
One of my announcers. Yeah. Well, you know, we check beforehand, like language-wise. Anyone coming up here from Ruhrpott? Woo! What a coincidence! There's overlap here. Wow. All right. It looks like everyone's already getting ready on the jammer line. We are just waiting for the scoreboard to give us a sneak peek of those names. It looks like number 99, Hysterical, for the Dom City Dolls, and Ninja's Nemesis.
That's 1-0.
1-0.
And the first jam is off.
All right. Looks like both jammers just trying to get through that defense.
Lead.
And first lead going to Ruhrpott. And a star stash, and about half a lap behind we got Hysterical following up.
Beautiful call off from Ninja's Nemesis there before Hysterical could get a single point in.
Yeah, pretty clean first jam. First jam of the day, first jam of the game. It looks like we're getting 4 points.
That's a full 4.
First 4 points, all right.
We have Fisherman on the jam line for Dom City.
Up against BBQ.
And
it looks
lead
like
to Ruhrpott again.
Ruhrpott grabbing 2 jam leads in the first 2 laps. It looks like a star pass going to Twisted Asset. And Ruhrpott doing another clean first scoring pass and calling the jam off.
That was some beautiful footwork from Ruhrpott on the inside edge there.
You're not quite an apex jump, but some nice like pirouetting to get past everyone.
We have 7-7 Formidable jamming for Dom City now.
Up
and
against
Mariah for Ruhrpott.
Mariah carry, Mariah. I was wondering where a third time in a row it's Ruhrpott grabbing the lead. Mariah.
Very, very strong start to the game for them.
And the Dom City Dolls always being quick to follow up, but just more classic clean derby. Why would you risk, the other people scoring if you already got your 4 points? Just get in, get out. Landing us at 0-12 right now. Hysterical and Hulky Frankenstein on the jammer line. This is a lot of strong defense from both teams.
Some very impressive one-on-one blocking at the front there for Dom City.
Ooh,
and
it
a
looks
cut.
A penalty. This means it's a power jam. A power jam with lead status. Well, actually, is this a no lead jam? I'm trying to.
Yeah, we have no lead jammer. This means this jam's running a full 2 minutes.
Full 2 minutes. It's going to be an endurance test for Hysterical right now. Quick hop past that pivot. Landing the first 4 points on the Dom City Roller Derby side of that scoreboard. A penalty being called on one of the Dom City blockers. And it looks like the jammer is back on track. Another minute left in this jam, though. No one with the right to call it off. And, of course, this means Ruhrpott still needs to make that initial pass. Hysterical trying to close up that gap, getting 12 points with this scoring pass, evening up the score.
And Ruhrpott's jammer is through. They have now finished their initial pass and can start scoring points.
Yeah, so with 15 seconds left on the board, is the question whether they can and how many points they might be able to score here. Both teams really focused on the defense right now. Just trying to take a peek at those fingers going up in the air.
Oh, we have a draw. We have a tie right now.
A complete tie, even with that. Both of them scoring 2 points in that final pass. 14-14.
Does anybody need a refresher on the basic rules of roller derby while we're here?
There's some first timers I happen to know. There's a sign standing next to you, I know the rules, and that's... Right, so Ninja's Nemesis up against Fisherman. To go through the basic rules of roller derby, it's while we're also announcing the jam. Ninja's Nemesis looking to score with a star pass to the Doll's pivot. Dalai Drama now. All right. Looks like another 4 points for Ruhrpott there. So the basic rules.
Yeah, basic rules. You'll see on the track at any point we have 4 blockers from each team and 1 jammer from each team. The jammers are trying to get past the blockers in order to score points. It's the basics. So you'll see the jammers here at the back. They're the ones with the stars on their helmets. These are the people scoring points.
And they only get to score points after they've made what we call the initial pass. You need to get through the blockers first, and then the next time you pass by them, you actually get the points.
There's also something we keep saying, lead jammer. That's the first jammer who got through the pack, and they have a special power. They're able to call off the jam at any point. So this is really strategic, this game.
Yeah, it's the full rule book is like 25 pages.
That might be the abridged version.
Yeah, and that's not with the examples.
Yeah.
Like all the case book is like, it's.
So here we have 181 from Ruhrpott.
That's BBQ.
This is the jammer who got out first, and therefore is lead.
It looks like Formidable is hitching up against that tripod, able to get past on the outside, and not too far behind. It looks like it does get called off by Barbecue. BBQ, you never know. Reminds me, we're going to have a barbecue during game 2 as well. Such an easy layup. So definitely stick around for that. 14 to 22 points. It's interesting to see that Ruhrpott is very focused on those 4-point jams because it's relatively safe. If you're getting lead jam status, you can get the 4 points and then tap out. Well, Dome City Roller Derby, what the Dome City Dolls have been able to make up those 14 points in just 1 jam. So it's a bit of a slow and steady versus explosive points so far, at least.
Yeah, definitely. And with just 8 points between the 2 teams, any single jam could completely change.
Yeah, especially since this is so early on. Everyone's still at the, they've warmed up, but they're still, getting into the game.
Finding each other's weak points.
Yeah. Hysterical up against the Mariah. Mariah just juking past there
Mariah
and
gets lead.
Getting out as well. It's very strong jammers here from Ruhrpott. We got Hysterical about half a lap behind. It looks like a far recycle from Ruhrpott. They're not able to make that full scoring pass this time. 3 points on the board.
We have Hulky Frankenstein up for Ruhrpott, jamming against Fisherman for Dom City. And that looked like lead for Ruhrpott, but not so. They have got a cut penalty.
Ooh, the scoreboard had to be corrected on that one. Cut penalty, meaning another power jam for the pivot right now.
We have had a star pass to 9-0, Twisted Asset.
And with a star pass, even if the Dolls would have gotten the lead status, a star pass means you've forfeited that right. Meaning another full 2-minute jam here. Ruhrpott's defense looking very strong. Oh, actually.
Twisted Asset gets a forearm penalty. That is a penalty for using something from your elbow or lower on your arm.
Means that Ruhrpott is now back in the game with the power jam swinging in their favor.
They are now on a scoring pass. They're getting points for every Dom City blocker they pass.
This is, some attempts at hitting her out, but no luck, no luck. 4 points on the board for Ruhrpott already.
And with the Dom City jammer in the box, all of Ruhrpott's blockers are free to give offense for their jammer and help them out.
Yeah, it looks like the jammer, well, the pivot, Twisted Acid back on track now. Trying to make up for lost time here. Which is, at this point, only 10 seconds left on the board. Ruhrpott proving to have very strong defense here. The blockers just making it very hard for those jammers.
That was a very, very high-scoring jam
12
for Ruhrpott.
points. Not quite the highest. Well,
I think the highest for them has been a lot of small.
yeah, the
small
highest for
scores
Ruhrpott so far. So it's now 17 to 37.
Still
Anything can
everything
happen.
To play for.
It's Derby. These numbers can swing so fast. Second half is where everything can change.
And Dom City Roller Derby have just taken a team timeout. They get 30 seconds to, well, a minute, sorry, to sit, strategize.
Sometimes just take a breather for some of the players. But, you know, it makes sense to want to discuss, like, okay, what are we seeing? What is their strategy? What can we change about what we're doing to combat that? But of course, if you're using a team timeout, you're giving that same time to your opponent. It's not like they're just going to sit on their hands and not think about what you're doing. All right.
Skaters
Mercy.
are back on track. We do have Twisted Acid starting the jam in the penalty box as the jammer.
As the jammer and pivot then, or?
No, so Twisted Acid entered the penalty box as the jammer and will stay as the jammer.
Right.
So now we do have a pivot on track for Dom City.
Yeah, I just didn't see him because of crouching and officials in between. Ruhrpott grabbing that lead status already. It is a power start, so still a power jam.
Dom City have a strong tripod up the front there, holding Ruhrpott's jammer, and they're being recycled. For anyone new to Derby, being recycled is when you get knocked off the track and you have to re-enter behind everyone you were behind to begin with.
It's a whole game of hopscotch going on here.
So when you see someone on the outside of the track going back a long way, that's why.
It looks like we're looking at a star stash here from the jammer. The involuntary jammer status right now, still on someone who is usually a pivot, of course. Twisted Acid out of the pack now. Means we are looking at Ruhrpott calling it off before the Dolls can score any points. 17 to 41.
That was some incredible defense from Dom City there to only cede 4 points, starting in a negative power jam.
Yeah, and especially considering Ruhrpott's offense so far has been really strong, especially in those moments where they don't really have to worry about being blockers, right? And here's,
and we have lead for Formidable, who then gets reabsorbed into the pack.
Oh, lead but reabsorbed. Yeah, this is, well, she does make it out quite quickly afterwards. doing a jump earlier in the match here to get past the Ruhrpott players, but on a straight part of the track, which makes it just so much more.
And calls it before Ruhrpott can get any points. As a 4-0 jam.
Turning the playbook around, but it's a strategy that just makes sense to do. Right. Hysterical and Mariah on the jammer line here. It's interesting. Usually in derby matches, you'll see the same jammers going up against each other, but I feel like this match they've been mixing it up quite quickly.
Yeah, maybe they're still finding the exact right matchups on the bench.
Trying to get that effectiveness in. Mariah claiming that lead jammer status. While Hysterical does some nice footwork to get past as well. Let's see how those blockers fare. And Ruhrpott having to call off the jam.
And that's 3 points to Ruhrpott this jam.
With still another 16 minutes left on the clock for this half.
We have Fisherman and Hulky Frankenstein on the jam line. I think this pair up we've seen a few times now.
Yeah. Well, I thought Hulky Frankenstein was up against Hysterical before, but we'll have to look at the footage. We'll have to look back at the footage. Looks like Hulky Frankenstein is claiming that lead status.
Coming around to a first scoring pass.
There's a star pass already happened, but the cover is still in hand. The pivot now putting it on, because you can't score points if you don't have the cover on. Nitrolene not being able to get a scoring pass in. We're looking at another 0-4.
Yeah, Hulky Frankenstein deciding it's just not worth the risk.
Hey, if it's a winning strategy, why would you change it? No one in the penalty box. It's been quite a clean match so far. It's interesting to see that most of the penalties have been to jammers, actually.
Yeah, that's very unusual.
It's also
during this team timeout, I guess we take the time to remind you guys we have raffle tickets on sale. There are 10 beautiful prizes to win.
There's so many raffles. I have a whole list here, and it just takes up my entire sheet. There's 10 raffles. We'll be raffling out the prizes every halftime. Since we have 3 matches today, that'll be about 3 raffles every halftime. The first 3 are puzzles and games, baking, and a spa day set. So it's like 6 tickets for $5. It's 1 ticket for €1.
And if you're feeling very fancy, 20 tickets for 15.
You can get a good deal on these. And since there's 10 of them, you got less competition. You got to get in on this.
Yeah, you get to pick exactly which of the 10 you are putting your tickets in for.
And you know, you can spread out. You can just go full gambling. Everybody loves gambling, right?
And the teams are back on track. We have Formidable and it looks like Helen Hematoma, maybe?
Very hard to see. This is always a problem we have in this venue where the officials are between us and the skaters. It's 1-0.
Nemesis. There
Ninja's
we go.
Nemesis. Formidable claiming lead status while Ninja's Nemesis is actually being recycled quite far back by the pivot.
I think this is just the second lead for Dom City so far this game.
Yeah, well, Dom City has been able to score a lot of points on no lead because of power jams. But let's see what Formidable can do. You can hear the coaches just, and that's why they start on that side. They can get the feedback from the coaches way closer. And it's working. Formidable picking up 4 points. Ninja's Nemesis not actually having gotten initial pass yet. As I say that, initial pass does get claimed. And
again,
a
yeah,
call off.
calling it off, holding the other team pointless seems to be the strategy of the day.
7 points for Dom City Roller Derby, 0 points for Ruhrpott Roller Derby. Keeping a 20-point gap between the two, but considering the momentum at the start, this looks like something's changing.
We had a late direction penalty called on the pivot for Dom City there. So they are starting this jam in the box.
A blocker down and a pivot down, limiting your options as the jammer here. We are looking at Hysterical up against BBQ. Hysterical making it out first. BBQ only, what is that, a sixth of a lap behind. And every team has their own little signals that we're not allowed to talk about them too much, but it's interesting to look at them. It's you know, the like secret language that every team concocts. It looks like actually, even though they were in the lead, it's 2 points towards Ruhrpott Roller Derby, 0 points towards Dom City. Positioning of your blockers while you're skating around like that becomes very important.
Yeah, just a couple of blockers at the back there. A couple of points to snipe.
28-50. And it's Fisherman up against Mariah. It is Mariah out first. Just blasting over the outside there. You love to see some footwork, some hops past people's legs. And it is a star pass to Footloose, meaning that they are actually up against each other. Now looking at the officials, I see one finger in the air. Only 1 point for Ruhrpott Roller Derby, but 0 points for Dom City, so it's a win.
It was a very nice star pass, preventing the other team from scoring too many points there.
And star passing when you're not in the lead is when someone else has already claimed lead. I've been told, I don't play Derby, I'm one of the few announcers that doesn't actually play. But yeah, just doing a star pass, it gives you so many options, because the team now suddenly has to think about, like, where's the pivot at? What's all the positioning? It is Formidable claiming lead status again. I think Formidable is the 3 times lead status claimer for Dom City Dolls.
Hulky Frankenstein is not far behind, and we see this turning into a bit of a race.
We're looking at a fast pack here. There's another rule set for Derby that's played in the USA. Use ours. It looks way more like this. Now this might be a 0 point for both teams.
0 point jam there.
Now there is a set of rules that's called like the pack rules, where it means that if they get too far away from each other, then it becomes like an illegal situation. But if both teams want to get away from a jammer, well, you can, like, as soon as you stop, you become a risk, because you can get points scored on you. So it's just kind of everyone's just kind of scared of each other at that point. Hysterical and Ninja's Nemesis, both just trying to force their way through those tripods. And here's some jammer on jammer violence, or almost. It's just a little bit.
And we have another runaway pack.
Hysterical is one of the Team NL players.
And another 0 point jam.
Another 0 point jam, but it was the Dom City Dolls lagging, well, not, like, closer to the jammer than the lead jam was to their blockers.
Yeah. Hysterical saw that Ruhrpott jammer was getting close to their blockers. You know, as soon as they reach from their scoring points, safer to call this off.
Which is how that 0-2 happened with the Dolls in the lead, you know. It's the timing can get so specific. It looks like that is some nice edge work there from BBQ, claiming lead. Fisherman is just getting a lot of help from the offense right now. BBQ coming up on that first scoring pass. And we've cemented back down. This is just strong defense.
Strong, grindy derby.
Immovable object versus unstoppable force, is it? All right, BBQ, first scoring pass. And another star pass. Seeing a lot of those from the Dolls.
We are.
I'm hearing a whistle. It means someone from Ruhrpott seems to have gotten a penalty?
Yes, a forearm penalty there.
And a bit of
One of the blockers.
a bit of a moment. Well, it's raining now. A bit of a moment where the blocker seemed to go past the penalty box and then realize it's actually in that corner.
Troubles are playing for the first time in a new venue.
Yeah. So the rules for penalties are also a little bit nasty about that because the timer only starts running when you are sitting down. If you are getting a penalty on the far corner of the track, you need to go all the way to the penalty box, sit down. You're probably wasting another 15 seconds.
Speaking of penalties, we have a penalty on Ruhrpott's jammer, on Mariette, and that is a cut.
Formidable up for that power jam and claiming lead status. That is the first time we're seeing a power jam that's not going into 2 minutes necessarily. Anything can change, of course, but is that a full penalty box for Ruhrpott as well? It's 3 people sitting down.
That is a full penalty box.
Meaning there's only 2 people on track right now. It's kind of
And with
kind of the
all
perfect
4
scenario.
of Dom City's blockers free to do offense, this is a very tricky situation for Ruhrpott right now.
But we've seen those Ruhrpott blockers. They are not to be trifled with.
They are still recycling Formidable despite it all.
And the Ruhrpott jammer just blazing in, blazing past Mariette, having claimed the initial pass right now.
And they are on their first scoring pass.
First
This is
scoring
Mariette
pass right
picking
now.
up some points.
Formidable coming up as well.
2 very, very strong tripods here.
Oh, beautiful view here, right next to the bleachers. And Formidable making it past, putting the Dolls at 12 points during this jam.
So that was a very tricky situation there where Mariette's helmet cover got knocked off naturally during gameplay. Nothing illegal happening there, but she does have to go back and get it.
Oh,
And that is what we saw there.
Didn't even spot that. Of course, the helmet cover can just pop off, and there's whole strategies around like keeping someone away because you need to stay within the legal like touch rules as well.
Absolutely. We saw 2 of Dom City's blockers standing over that helmet cover, keeping it somewhat protected.
Yeah, because
Very strategic play there.
there's whole graphs and images of what parts of your body you can use for like hits and, well, they're not tackles, but like any type of like impact on another player, and anything like below the like thighs is really just off limits. So when something is on the floor, that's risky business. It looks like Ruhrpott is back with a vengeance, already claiming lead status.
And we have Hysterical through on their initial pass.
Hysterical.
Ready to score some points.
Just building up speed, trying to get that engagement. Are we
We had a forearm penalty there on Ferocious,
Ooh.
I believe.
being able to get past here quite unscathed?
Oh, a nice attempt at an apex jump there from Hulky Frankenstein, but not quite pulled it off.
Is this another jam? It's 4-4. It looked like it. They were able to even it out, but it's interesting to see a lot of jams where the lead doesn't quite inform how the score is going to go, right?
Yeah, having lead is no guarantee that you're going to score the most points.
But it correlates. It correlates.
Yeah. And we have a team timeout, I believe.
Official review, actually.
Being used as a team timeout.
I'm going to go
which is
try and
very-
get a sneak peek.
So this official review was called by, it's not a real official review. So they're using this to save their, so your team timeouts, you get 3 per half. And 3 per game, sorry, and you get an official review per half. So they're being very strategic in Ruhrpott over there. They are using their official review with less than 5 minutes to go on the half.
Right.
Very sneaky. They're just using it to have a breather.
But we need to... No. Of course they're not using it like that, because that would be...
No, it's very much legal.
I know it's very much illegal, but maybe there was something that went down with that the star cover situation that they want to contest.
So there's no one in the middle talk.
Oh yeah, no, that does give it away, doesn't it?
An official, so I get really like.
Fair.
All right, and that is the full minute up for the team timeout. Our teams are coming back out onto track.
If anyone had anything standing outside, it is now wet.
I hope the sound of the rain is getting you all really excited for the barbecue later.
Woo! All right, we are looking at Fisherman up against Ninja's Nemesis. And both of them being held back quite strong. Ninja's Nemesis not being held back anymore, though.
That is lead for Ruhrpott. And we have a star pass for Dom City.
Dalai Drama. And
Forcing a call off.
a long stare from the Ruhrpott jammer at the coach, like, what should I do? Wow, it's, boy, I sure am glad there's a roof here. There are venues that don't have a roof. I'm just saying, you're lucky. Formidable up against BBQ. One
We
last
have Twisted Asset
strong
trying
pivot.
to hold BBQ there at the front.
All the bridging could not stop BBQ from getting out. Formidable about half a lap behind.
And Formidable not allowing a full scoring pass there.
That is 1 point for Ruhrpott. That's it. That's all I had to say. Can I get a cheer for the officials? There's so many officials out here. We love a good scorekeeper. We love a good zebra. Bench timers. Everyone's necessary. It takes a village. It takes a city. It takes Mariah to grab the lead status here.
Almost immediately there.
10 seconds into the jam and you're already looking at a scoring pass.
Oh, some beautiful footwork and not quite making it through.
The toe
unscathed.
stops.
And Mariah is coming around ready for a scoring pass. And comes past untouched. Very, very impressive seeing a jammer find the holes, find the gaps like that. And Dalai Drama gets through. That is initial pass completed for Dom City. And the jam gets called off. That is 8 points for Ruhrpott this jam. Oh, 10 points for Ruhrpott this jam.
10 points. Landing them at 48 to 86. And only 1 minute and about 30 seconds left in this jam that are going to be used, or in this half. It could be one jam, could be two jams.
Yep, we will see. We've had some very short ones.
Pivot in the penalty box for Ruhrpott. Fisherman up against Hulky Frankenstein. Hulky Frankenstein just blazing out of the pack.
very much baiting Dom City to one side and then taking the other. Very fast laterals.
Looking at the star cover held in hand for Fisherman. Could be passed, could just be a fake out. It is a star pass. Giving it to Nitrolin again. Nitrolin really getting that jammer workout.
And that was a very fun knee slide into calling it off from Hulky Frankenstein.
Just the full rocker power slide. Let's go. Looks like one more jam this half.
And in this final jam, we have Formidable up against Ninja's Nemesis.
Formidable having gotten, I think, the majority of the lead jams that went the Dolls' way.
I believe so.
In het verleden behaalde resultaten bieden geen garantie voor de toekomst.
See Ninja's Nemesis really pushing and stretching that pack out the front.
It's looking like Ninja's Nemesis has lead status. One of the Dolls blockers in the penalty box as well. And Formidable also having done that initial pass now. Floating hands above the hips. It is called off, and we are in intermission.
The final score of the first half is 94 to Ruhrpott and 48 to Dom City Roller Derby. We now have 15 minutes before the game starts back up again. Please take this opportunity to buy yourself some raffle tickets, buy some stuff from our bake sale. We have some delicious cookies, cakes available.
Yeah, if you want to get one of the first 3 raffles, the ones that I just named, it is puzzles, it's games, it's baking, and then there's a spa day.
Now is your last chance to put a ticket in on those, because we will be pulling a ticket and announcing who's won any minute.
Any minute.
Any minute.
Probably in about 10 minutes. Wouldn't you love a spa day in this weather?
Nice. Okay, and now we're announcing prize number 2. 57. Saven and 50. We have a winner. And if anyone has not checked their tickets yet and you might have 37, please check them now.
Do we have time for the third?
I think we're good. I think we've only got a minute. And we see the officials getting ready. We only have 30 or so seconds until Derby starts back up. We also got some exciting news about the rankings of these teams during halftime. This score is incredibly good. Ruhrpott is set to get twice as many points as Dom City. And Dom City are putting up a damn good fight, so we're very... Yeah. So this is an incredibly exciting point difference, actually. If Dom City can keep at 50% of the points of Ruhrpott, then they are improving their rankings.
This is statistically significant. And we're seemingly starting off the second half and some powerhouses of jammers already on the line. That's Hysterical up against Ninja's Nemesis. And quite a full penalty box for both teams.
And this is a very strong tripod from Ruhrpott, holding Hysterical here at the back.
Ninja's Nemesis out in the lead.
And coming around for scoring some points.
A lot of people already back on track from that penalty box. That's the first scoring pass for Ninja's Nemesis.
And Hysterical is out of the pack.
Looking like 8 points.
Very strategical call off there. Exciting point score too. That's 8 points for Ruhrpott. Can we hear it from Ruhrpott? We now have Fisherman on the line for Dom City Roller Derby and BBQ from Ruhrpott.
One of the most fun things about Derby is that it's such a tight-knit sport that you run into like all of Europe within a year, I feel like. You know, or like every time there's a game somewhere, some other country comes in like, can we play?
That is a wonderful thing about playing roller derby. You get to travel, you get to meet so many new people, and if you are interested, we have an open training somewhere. We have a rookie camp on November 16th. If any of you are interested in trying out this amazing sport.
You don't need prior skills to try derby. A lot of people come in having never skated before, and you know, they don't put a helmet on you and start knocking you around immediately. They're very nice about it.
That was some beautiful derby out on track there. We had our Ruhrpott jammer really stretching the pack out to the front and has now claimed lead. And Fisherman is nearly through and is out.
Fisherman also out. Look at that bright smile.
And a very clean 4-point scoring jam there.
Someone took a tumble, but everything's okay. There's a reason why there are 2 medics in the corner.
Not to scare you off of trying roller derby, but just to say we take everyone's safety very, very seriously.
It is completely illegal to get on track without like all the protective gear and stuff like that. While I'm talking about that, Mariah already in the lead.
That was some beautiful skipping and jumping along the line there.
Looks like Formidable about 2/3 of a lap behind. 1 scoring pass on the board for Ruhrpott. and they're leaving it at that as well. To hammer home how much Derby cares about the safety of it all. There's always more officials active during a jam than there are players. This is a game that was designed by a union. There's 18 officials just staring at everything, making sure it's okay. Look at Hysterical up against Hokey Frankenstein.
And Hokey Frankenstein claims the lead.
Hysterical about half a lap behind. Are we looking at quite a strong defense and some penalty whistling going on as well?
That was a direction penalty to Nitroline. A direction penalty is when you push another player in anti-derby direction. You'll see everyone here is going anti-clockwise around the track. If you force someone to go clockwise, you're going against the direction of play. That's a penalty. You get 30 seconds sat in the box.
Naughty skaters get put in the box. Not allowed. Ninja's Nemesis up on the track again against Dalai Drama. This is actually the pivot from the first half. Now taking the jammer status, lead jammer status.
And this is a very fun style of jamming, hitting hard to get through that pack.
Sometimes you gotta be nimble, sometimes you just gotta be a problem for the blockers. Looking at a beautiful view here of that Ruhrpott defense, just holding on so strong. Jam gets called off here with 3 against 5 points. Landing us at 51 to 118.
One of the Ruhrpott blockers got a penalty right towards the end of the jam there and is going to spend 30 seconds at the start of this jam sat in the penalty box.
A bit of an advantage.
A multiplayer. That is, you can't link arms with people, you can't hold on to people when someone's trying to get past you. You've got to block just with your body.
It's mostly the torso where you just get to body check people almost. Not body check, of course, but. This is Formidable up against BBQ, and looks like a...
Oh, that is a head block to the Ruhrpott jammer.
A bit of a confused look from Barbecue. Formidable able to grab the first... Formidable still in the lead, but it looks like that first scoring pass is just being made so hard by the Ruhrpott defense. Initial pass for Barbecue on the board. Formidable working on the outside here and calling it off.
Yep, getting knocked to the outside by the Ruhrpott blockers there.
Ruhrpott not able to get that point in. But a nice attempt at an apex jump there.
Oh, that was a full 4 points for Formidable. Just unable to get out of the pack at the end.
As long as your center of gravity passes their center of gravity, you get the point. But sometimes that can mean you just kind of jutted your hips past someone. Or maybe you've passed someone and then they cycled them around. Wow, Hysterical just right out of the gate.
And we see a strong attempt at holding Mariah there in the apex, but the apex is a really hard spot to hold a jammer back.
Yeah, it looks like Ruhrpott is taking that into account. Hysterical, known for apex jumps. So I can imagine a team says, if you got this jammer on track, just don't be there.
Keep them on the straight.
Because for the audience, apex jumps are just phenomenal.
Yeah, apex jumps are one of my favorite parts of watching Derby. They are so dramatic.
It's really that the movie moment of just slow motion, wow.
Yeah, it's a real main character energy moment for all our jammers.
Every jammer wants to be a main character. That's why you put on the cap. Fisherman up against Hokey Frankenstein. Hokey Frankenstein has a pretty good track record so far when it comes to scoring. But the blockers are not making it easy here.
They're not, even with a bit of offense from 142 there. Oh, and that was a cut penalty.
Cut penalty, meaning that at some point those wheels left the track and went back on without acknowledging that you got hit out.
Yeah, without ceding to all of the blockers that you need to cede to on the other side.
It's kind of like when a director in a movie is just like, cut, nope, not allowed, try again.
And it's one of those really tricky penalties as a jammer to avoid. Sometimes you don't even realize your skates went out.
This looks like another star pass, which means that there's no lead status this entire jam. Full 2 minutes.
There's a whole minute for Twisted Asset to jam for Dom City here.
Twisted Asset here, gonna be tested on that endurance, not just the speed and power.
Off to a wonderful start though.
Ooh,
and that was a big hit.
Body roll, but, you know, you learn how to fall very quickly in this game because you gotta get up. Every second lost is a second wasted. Initial pass now completed. But we still have another half a minute on the board. Twisted Acid on the second scoring pass. Ooh, and Hokey Frankenstein just... What? The impact. You can just see the blowback you get on these people.
And Ruhrpott are down one blocker. Sat in the penalty box right now. But this is still such a strong defense from Ruhrpott.
Now, this is another thing that you see happening here is that Hokey Frankenstein got hit out, but then the blockers themselves either fell or went out themselves. They lose the right to cycle someone back. So if you get hit out, but the person that hit you out also falls, you can suddenly just re-enter the track right then and there.
Yes, you only need to re-enter behind people who have stayed in bounds and stayed in play.
So that leads into this, you want to put in your all to hit someone out, but if you overshoot, well, you're really just becoming a liability. Ninja's Nemesis already claiming the lead status here.
In case anyone missed it, at the end of halftime, we talked about how, according to the rankings, Dom City should get about 50% of the points of Ruhrpott from this game. And if we look at the scores right now, they are smashing that. So can we get a huge cheer for Dom City managing to keep such a high point differential?
And let's not ignore the fact that Ruhrpott is up there with 129 points.
Yep.
Let's give him a big cheer as well. It's just a really good show from both teams.
We have a team timeout now for, I believe, Ruhrpott. Yes. Taking a breather, re-strategizing.
The overcomplicated scoreboard is you see the little traffic lights next to the big points. Those are the 3 dots are for the amount of team timeouts they get. And the single dot under it is for the official review, which is when they disagree with the officials, and then they have a whole process around that. And then the smaller numbers in the middle are for this jam. And whoever designed this was like a maniac, but we appreciate it anyway.
You could take a whole course on trying to understand all of the numbers on the scoreboard, and if you ever get the opportunity to volunteer as a scoreboard operator, you really get to appreciate the amount that goes into it, because that screen is far more complicated.
Because they also use it to track back all of the numbers after the game for the stats and the...
Yeah, there's about 1,000 buttons on there for adding points, taking away points, adding timeouts.
And if you do anything wrong, you explode.
We're very, very happy to have a very skilled scoreboard operator on duty today. Thank you so much.
Lining up on the jammer line is...
BBQ and Hysterical.
Matchup we've seen several times already. It's kind of stabilized in the second half.
BBQ gets lead there.
Little confused about it, but lead nonetheless. Hysterical with a star cover in hand, but not a pass. with a first scoring pass completed, and I'm seeing a tap out being readied here by
The question is,
BBQ.
did Dom City? They did. Dom City managed to sneak a point in there, maybe.
Yes,
Yes.
correct.
You see the
71
refs
to 133.
double checking with each other there, but yes, definitely 1 point to Dom City. We now have an official timeout so somebody can fix the track. The track here, you see the two big ovals made of tape has a rope running underneath it. This means that players can feel if they are going outside the track a little bit easier than if it was just flat. It does mean, however, that we need to be on top of our track maintenance. We don't want any loose ropes tripping people up.
Yeah, you can imagine what would happen if that got stuck in one of those wheels. There is someone playing next game who's called Garbage Truck, because several times trucks just destroyed themselves. And gear malfunction is not common, but it's also something everyone's a little scared of all the time.
Garbage Truck is one of the... What's his...
Mojo Joe is actually Garbage Truck. It's also called Mojo Joe when he's being an official, which he currently is.
Yes, he's currently one of our outside pack refs. That is one of the people in the nice stripy shirt skating around the very far outside edge. They have a long way to travel during these games.
Now you gotta imagine, if the pack starts moving fast, the outside pack refs actually have to move faster because they got more space to cover. Mariah claiming lead already. Fisherman still in the pack here. Actually, it looks like a star pass has happened.
A star pass to Dalai Drama.
To the pivot, sometimes jammer here now out in front of us.
For anyone who doesn't understand what's going on with star passes, I'll try and explain really quickly. Players with a big stripe down the center of their helmet at the pivot, if they get handed the star, they're allowed to become the jammer. They can put the jammer hat on top and become the jammer for the rest of the jam. So a pivot is a really versatile position.
It also means that you probably need to train both of the skill sets. So it's often people who are, like the jack of all trades of the team. And because the switch to pivot sometimes also means they need to go the full 2 minutes. It's like just more jack of all trades on top of there. Formidable up against Hulky Frankenstein.
And Formidable finds a gap on the inside there and gets knocked out at the very last second. That was some very impressive recycling from 127 on Ruhrpott.
What a distance you have to cover back. The same is happening to Hulky Frankenstein. It looks like Formidable able to grab that lead status. I'm hearing some whistles happening.
We have a back block penalty. Just trying to see who that's been called on.
Looks like one person already in the penalty
box.
box.
Green 1-2, okay.
It was actually the Ruhrpott pivot?
Yes, the Ruhrpott pivot there got a back block. That is another place that is illegal to hit. You cannot hit someone in the center of the back.
A lot of the rules
dangerous.
Just make sense when you think about it. It's like, if I got punched here, would I be surprised by it? Would it be a problem? Formidable on that second scoring pass already done. Racking up the points and keeping that 50% score differential pretty clear. Formidable here really showing off. Just quite consistently performing well against Ruhrpott.
Again, a beautiful last-minute hit out by 127 there, taking Formidable back to the very, very back of the pack. And now we're seeing slow, grindy derby again. We see really strong defense.
Oh yeah, it's hard to imagine the amount of strength they're all putting into each other's, just pushing into each other. You got to consider that once they get on those toe stops, they can just lean their full weight onto those shoulders. There's a lot of momentum in there. 8-0 points. 12-0 points. I stand corrected.
That is a big scoring jam for Dom City Roller Derby there.
Formidable really just racking up the points. I think Formidable on her own might have already gotten like 3 of these jams with the 12 points. We haven't seen a 16-point jam yet.
No, I think 12 is our highest so far.
Yeah, well, 15 one time.
Ooh.
This is
And here we
Ninja's
go.
Nemesis.
Ninja's Nemesis has gotten lead, and Hysterical is maybe half a track behind.
And an apex jump from
Beautiful
Ninja's
apex
Nemesis.
jump. And a very nice strategic call off there, holding Dom City Roller Derby pointless. Oh, but it was not. Oh no, it was successful. Yep. The ref is holding 0 points for Ruhrpott because they hadn't scored on the next pass. Very confusing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the hands in the air.
We have Dalai Drama up on the jam line again for Dom City.
BBQ is always quick to get out of that pack. Making short work off the defense. But Dalai Drama already behind. This is about 2/3 of a lap.
And the Dalai Drama got hit out, but the blocker hitting them also fell out too, letting Dalai Drama hop back on track and carry on her way.
It looked like some strong offense being played there by Ruhrpott, giving another typical 0 to 4 point jam. Formidable up against Mariah. And it looks like Formidable being able to weasel past, just pivot past.
Yeah, a beautiful little pirouette on her toe stops.
Half a track of difference between the two jammers.
And I believe Ruhrpott managed to pick up some points there. Yeah, that is 2 points for Ruhrpott there. And 2 points for Dom City.
Keeping it even. It just goes to show that the Ruhrpott defense can really change. Like, even if you have lead, it doesn't matter if you can't get past them the next time. And that's one of those things in Derby. It's easy to just stare at the jammers, because obviously they're the ones sort of in the unique role, but the defense is so important. And teams with a strong defense, they make it look slow, but like I said, the amount of strength that goes into that is like holding on. What you explained about directions, the amount of technique you need to not, just get a penalty called on you.
Yeah, the amount of strategy that goes into blocking, knowing exactly where to position yourself, using blockers from the other team to your advantage. There is just so much that goes into blocking.
It's like, I bet you can make like an aerodynamics calculation of the positions of everyone and how the jammer is going to flow.
We have an official review right now. This was called by Dom City. They clearly have disagreed with the refs on something. Generally, an official review will be called if you disagree with a penalty that got called on one of your players, or if you think you saw the opposing team commit a penalty and they didn't get called on it. Sometimes it's used if you think that your jammer should have scored more points than they were awarded, or if you think the opposing jammer should have scored less points. So when an official review gets called, as you saw all of the refs gather together in the middle and listen to the bench coach and to the captain of both teams talk about the situation that unfolded. And now the refs have come away from those bench coaches and players to chat amongst themselves to work out, did we see this happen? Do we think something should change? And make a ruling. And I think we're going to find out exactly what this official review was for in a moment. Every team gets one official review per half. But if you were correct, if you said, hey, that person should have got a penalty, and the refs say, yeah, you were right, you keep your official review and you get to do it again.
I'm telling you.
If the refs say, no, sorry, we didn't see that, or no, you were wrong, then you lose it.
It's about the Dom City Dolls requesting a cut penalty on the re-entering Ruhrpott jammer, saying that they re-entered the track at the wrong spot, meaning they would have gotten a cut penalty called, which would have changed, of course, the whole jam.
Yeah, so that's a very common official review to call. If you think a jammer should have gotten a penalty, that's very valuable. If you do get that called, you get to then start in a power jam. And it looks like this succeeded. The Ruhrpott jammer is in the box and is sitting for that illegal re-entry for cutting the track.
Because, of course, you can't run back time and change what happens, so the points are going to stay on the board. However, a full 30-second power start here is a very big advantage for the Dom City Dolls right now.
And they really, really do take advantage of this, getting lead very quickly.
This is hysterical too, one of the national team players.
And the blockers do a wonderful job of doing offense there on the Ruhrpott blockers.
The footwork just jumping past like it's nothing.
And now the Ruhrpott jammer is back in play.
That's a second scoring pass. Closing in on 100 points for the Dom City Dolls.
We're seeing some very strong defense from Dom City.
Yeah,
the back there.
The pivot, 12
really
points.
Really making Mariah work for it. And she now has completed her initial pass.
This is the kind of make it or break it moment for whether the Dolls are going to continue or call it off.
And that awareness, that knowing when the jammer from the other team is about to score points, listening to your bench and knowing now I call it off, so valuable. Hysterical pulled it off so well.
14 points, landing the Dom City Dolls at 99 up against 147. Now, considering that, that half of the points, they're doing pretty well. Let's see if they can break that 3-digit.
Fisherman really stretching the pack out to the front, but
big recycle on Ninja's Nemesis.
And can we get a huge cheer as Dom City pass 100 points? I'm sorry we missed when Ruhrpott did. I didn't keep a good eye out.
No one.
We have a multiplayer penalty called
on the pivot, the Dom City pivot.
And Ruhrpott have now come out of the pack. They have completed their initial pass and are ready to score points. And Fisherman calls it. Let's see. And we've hit 100. Can we get a cheer for 100?
3-digit derby. Let's go.
We are seeing an official review being called, this time by Ruhrpott.
Your turn to go, or?
Yeah, I will go.
All right. Then in the meantime, I got to remind everyone that you can also, if you want to get into these games for free, without having to pay the admission fee, you can also become a friend of Dom City for, I think, and let me check this in my notes. Is it? I should have prepared this a little better. I got like 8 pages here. I don't have to pay. I come in for free as a volunteer. I think it's for $15 a month. You can become. Someone correct me. Someone who's a friend of Dom City. Goed verhaal, lekker kort. I'm just gonna remind you of all the other dates that Dom City already has events on. There is a doubleheader planned for November 1st. This will be up against L'Homme Glorious Bâtard from France. And the B team will be playing against the Rotterdam Seagulls. So mark that in your calendar. Then we've already talked about the rookie camp. If you're not playing Derby but you're interested, or you've played Derby before and you wanna play Derby in Utrecht, the rookie camp is on November 16th. So it's €5 per month. Thank you. €5 per month to become a friend of to become a friend of Dom City, which gets you free access to all the home games, 2 free cups of coffee or tea during the home games, a fan package, and a t-shirt after 6 months of membership. So the t-shirt is worth it already.
We have the official review results. So the review was Ruhrpott asking for a cut to be called on Dom City's jammer because one of their blockers was recycling them and they came back in front. The refs have decided that that did not happen, or at least it was not seen by any of the refs. So Ruhrpott have now lost their official review.
Tried to the same claim, but a different outcome.
I believe that was at the beginning we saw the Dom City jammer being recycled quite far, and they hopped back on track. I imagine that was a no pass, no penalty situation. The blocker trying to recycle them had also left the track.
And then there's, of course, when people recycling do that funny thing where they shimmy back just a little bit to try and get you to do a cut penalty.
Very, very easy to have a single wheel leave the track there, and you no longer have that power to force the jammer to do anything.
But maybe you didn't realize, or maybe you're just trying to fake the other jammer out. Like, you know that you don't have the power, but do they know?
Yeah, there is the alternative that the blocker actually just was never in front of that jammer to begin with.
Easy to lose track of things in this busy, busy game.
And now current jam, it looks like Ruhrpott are down 2 players, and one of those is their jammer. BBQ ended up in the penalty box
a
for
power
some
jam
reason.
that had probably already been going while we were talking.
Yep, easy to get distracted.
It looks like Formidable not getting that initial pass here.
Yeah, not completed her initial yet. And BBQ tries to stay upright there, but just slips the skate off track, has to be recycled.
Similar slide out, getting hit out at the same spot. And Formidable grabbing lead status.
But BBQ is very close behind.
BBQ behind you.
And now we see that classic runaway pack. You have 2 jammers out and ready to score points. None of the blockers want to be at the back there, left behind.
Now,
can
like
Formidable
before,
score some points before BBQ catches up? And the answer is yes, she can. She managed to score, I believe, 2 points.
102 up against 147. It is still a 45-point difference. But it has become a smaller percentage-wise since this half started.
Yeah, I believe at the start of this half, Dom City were being held pointless for a while, and now Ruhrpott are being held pointless for a while. Let's see how this shakes out in the next 7 minutes.
Hysterical up against Mariah. Hysterical out of the gate, being able to grab that lead status.
Mariah is not far behind.
Seeing some speedy footwork around these corners. And Utrecht employing the tried and true strategy of 1 scoring pass, tap out. Both of these teams are just, they're their league's A teams, and Ruhrpott being ranked quite a bit higher. But Utrecht, not bad in the rankings for the Netherlands either, quite good.
Yeah,
so
I don't actually remember the rankings off the top of my head, but yeah, Dom City are pretty strong.
And with A teams, you gotta just assume that they're trying to play like optimal. There's no goofs, there's no gags.
Yeah, these guys are hitting hard and making very tight strategic decisions, calling off very good moments. And it's been a relatively clean game. We have seen the penalty box full on maybe 2 occasions.
Especially in the second half, like everyone trains to play 100% of their strength, 100% of their attention, 100% of the game, of course. But there is a difference, even in the top level of play, between like the first jam and like halfway through the second half.
Yeah, these guys have been playing for nearly an hour now. That's 2 30-minute halves. That is a long time, and this is a very tiring sport.
If you want to train your endurance, if you want to train your glutes, if you want to train your core, I've already told you about the rookie camp. And Dom City accepts any and all genders into the league as well. So if you've only heard about this sport as like a girl sport. It isn't. Some of the rule sets are a little more strict, but there's the B team that just is mixed gender as well. We're looking at Fisherman up against Ninja's Nemesis.
And that is a very strong tripod from Dom City at the back of the pack there, giving Fisherman a chance to grab lead.
Fisherman having to fix a bit of an elbow pad situation there. Caught in time. Hard to see what's going on behind this pack of officials, but Ninja's Nemesis being able to escape the pack. And the jam is called off with 3 points? Yes.
And that is a penalty on one of the Dom City blockers, I believe on Ferocious.
I will take your word for it. I don't see numbers. Landing us at a measly 37-point differential. It's quite a momentum swing from the first half. Seeing the Dom City Dolls actually inch towards an even score here.
Oh, and we see the jammer from Ruhrpott taking a second there to help bring Formidable back. And then nabbing lead.
A beautiful little slingshot maneuver, just inching back and then just blazing past. The caster's curse is, of course, when you say someone's doing well, then something else happens.
Yep, sorry, Dom City, we didn't mean to jinx it.
BBQ with 4 points on the board. And Formidable, who we've seen, like, these blockers are really making a hard time.
Yeah, these blockers are really holding Formidable back.
Out of the pack
she's
now.
Through. That was a tough 3-wall to get past for Formidable there.
You're seeing the Ruhrpott blockers just swarm the Dom City. That offense is on top of it. The pivot sits down for a little bit. Sometimes you just need to take a rest. That is a Dalai drama. And Hysterical up against Mariah. The dedicated camera people also putting in their effort here, lying on the ground to get the best shots.
And Mariah claims lead for Ruhrpott.
With an empty penalty box. Hysterical still being able to make it past those blockers. And a 4.0? What?
Waiting a moment to find out how many points Ruhrpott got there. Sometimes it's very hard as an inside pack ref to see exactly what's happened on the outside, so you'll see our refs having a little moment to chat.
Official timeout.
Yeah, they need a little bit longer than the 30 seconds between jams sometimes to work out exactly what's going on.
Some of the symbols that the officials have are just like so like clear to see, because the official timeout is a little just turn yourself into a big T. It's not even, this is too small. Just become a T and then everyone knows, all right.
I like to think it personally, I'm pointing at myself, I'm the one who needs the timeout. Me, it's my team who needs it.
I need a little shoulder rub. Can someone roll it? Seems like it's 2 points for Ruhrpott. The conclusion has been drawn.
And we now have an official review called by Dom City Roller Derby.
I'll hobble on over.
While we have a moment, I'm going to take a second to talk about the doubleheader coming up on November 1st. We have the Dom City Roller Dolls, the A team, going up against, and I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong because I'm not French, L'Inglorious Batard. And then we have the ThunderDoms going up against the Rotterdam Seagulls. That is November 1st here in the Disaster Dome. If you are enjoying today, please do come back and watch more roller derby with us. And we will now find out what's going on.
The Dom City Dolls are reporting an unpenalized back block situation. Someone, I didn't quite catch who, but re-entered on the track and had an impact on the back of the blockers. One of the blockers lost position, meaning that it would have had impact, meaning that, you know. Let us find out what the officials think of that.
Like we mentioned earlier, yeah, back block is illegal in roller derby, and that is hitting down the center of the back. You are allowed to hit someone on the side, on their back, but right down the center along the spine is not allowed. It's very dangerous, so we do not encourage it.
Yeah, just kind of between the shoulder blades is a no-go. Anything above that becomes a head block very quickly, so.
It looks like this official review was dropped, that is lost. That means that the back block in question either wasn't seen by the refs or they decided that it did not have game impact and was not a penalty.
The officials are always correct. Unless they aren't, which is what the official review is for, but then they still get to be correct. Right, up on the jammer line with under 3 minutes left in the game. We are looking at Fisherman up against Ninja's Nemesis.
Strong defense from Ruhrpott at the back of the pack here and a really, really solid 3-wall.
That offense is... The Dolls really have to play around that offense player. You can see just like that tripod getting disrupted. But Ninja's Nemesis.
Speaking of offense and tripods getting disrupted, we have some offense coming in for Dom City as well. And we've had a star pass.
A star pass, meaning Footloose is now the jammer.
But still not out the front. This is always such a tricky call with doing a star pass. As a jammer, if you're struggling to get out and you want to pass over to your pivot, you want them to be in a really good position to just sprint out of there rather than getting stuck.
Fisherman currently in the position of bridging. If there is no player in between these two tripods, then there's no pack and no one is allowed to block. So, you know, you don't want to give up that ground. Both of the teams are mostly interested in holding back that jammer right now.
Two incredibly strong 3-walls from both of our teams.
Hearing strong encouragement from the coaches here.
Oh.
And this is just phenomenal defense from both teams. Offense players be damned. We are locking you down. Ruhrpott pivot going into the penalty box. And now they're close enough to each other that, no, they've veered away again.
The amount of awareness from our blockers here in knowing exactly when they need to bridge, exactly when they need to stand between the two big groups of blockers to keep gameplay legal. It's very impressive awareness from the A team here.
A full 2-minute jam, and we are looking at a total of 4 points for Ruhrpott.
And no initial pass for Dom City Roller Derby. Fantastic defense.
But with that full 2-minute jam, we are looking at only one more jam in this game with 30 seconds left on the clock.
For our final jam of the game, we have Formidable against BBQ.
Penalty box almost empty. Right, give it up for the last jam.
Formidable getting recycled.
And just another jam looking at this amazing defense from both teams. BBQ being able to make it out more than almost 30 seconds into the jam. And 1, 2, 3, 4 points on the Ruhrpott side of the board.
And we have a star pass. We have a new jammer for Dom City. That is
Nitro Lean. with 110 points up against 163.
And that is our game.
165.
And I am going to run. I'm going to leave you in Termly Inline's very capable hands, and I will see you all again for the third game of the day.
You'll be playing, right? And we'll see you on track. Now, this will still say unofficial score. Of course, the officials are just keeping a little bit of leeway. May there be something that went wrong earlier, but it is the final score, 110 for the Dom City Dolls and 165 for Ruhrpott Roller Derby. All right, everyone get ready for a skate out here. Everyone give it up for the Rockcity Rollers. Representing the team is 1-1 May Rampage. 3-2 Thunder Thighs, the captain. 4-2 Tenacious T. 4-4 Dreadful Discordia. 8-9 Monster Jam. 9-7-9 Spoiler Alert. 5307 Lefty Lucy. 8777 Pure Chaos. 805 Death Valley. And 88 5 Foot Furby. All right, big round of applause for Rockcity. And the home team, the B team of Dom City Roller Derby, it's the ThunderDoms. Representing the team is 04 Trixity. 100 Mags. 11 KO Chic. 131 Pingu. 174 Fisherman. 32 Nitrolin. 37 Somebody. 413 Gender Blender. 418 Garbage Truck. 616 Brechteisen. 7 Honk Mother. 7-7 Formidable. 8 Mighty Duck. And 9 Helena Destroy. One more big round of applause for your home team, the ThunderDoms. All right. And once more, I'll be your announcer, this time on my own. Unfortunately, right as I have some food. Lining up for the first jam. On the jammer line, we're seeing Somebody and Somebody Else. It is Somebody up against 413. That is Gender Blend. No, wait. Dreadful Discordia. It's 418, actually. And it is Dom City Roller Derby in the lead jammer position. Rockcity a little behind. Dreadful Discordia. We're seeing the first scoring pass here for the whole game. Landing us at 4 points for the ThunderDoms. 0 points for Rockcity Rollers. Actually, it's 4 points up against 3 points. An almost even first jam here. And on the line here is Trixity and Lefty Lucy, both just getting caught in those tripods. It looks like a penalty was already given last jam. Did not quite catch that or what it was for. That is a bit of a knee slide, and maybe Rockcity can reabsorb, but no. It's Trixity getting lead status. Lefty Lucy, a quarter of a lap behind, less than that even. A very even start here. Some signaling to get that offense going. And looking at the officials, it looks like a 1 point for the Dom City Roller Derby. 0 points for the Rockcity Rollers, landing us at 5-3. That is Gender Blender up against I am trying to find out from the scoreboard. It's not giving away the secret of the mysterious Rockcity Jammer, who has actually already gained lead. We are looking at Tenacious T here. Tenacious T actually getting that first scoring pass quite clean. Gender Blender still stuck in the pack, not stuck anymore. Initial pass has been completed. Tenacious T here on that second scoring pass, and a beautiful pivot on that inside line. 8 points on the board. Flipping that score, the lead change here. It's not like ThunderDoms are gonna make it easy for him. Also 4 points on the board. Tenacious T calling it off with maybe a few more points in that last confrontation. Or maybe not. I'm seeing a big O in the air. That is 4 to 8 points, landing us at 9-11. Oops. On that jammer line is a KO Chic. I will readily admit that I recognize the ThunderDoms jammers quicker than anyone else. This is kind of my home team. It seems the scoreboard is also a little slower on that. What am I looking at? I'm seeing a 1-4-4, something 4-4. Dreadful Discordia, 4-4. We've also been looking at an official timeout for quite a while already, so that gave me some time to go through all my the just oodles of paperwork I have here. You're seeing those blockers reposition themselves, trying to get that edge, trying to get themselves ready for some offense maybe. KO Chic slipping out there, but not actually hit out, so no recycle going on. KO Chic actually making it through that pivot, trying to capture him again. It is not happening. Dreadful Discordia not far behind, but let's see if the ThunderDoms can make up those lost points from the last jam. It's all about that moment of impact here. And calling it off with a few points scored and giving nothing up. It's 11-14. It's early beginnings, but it looks like it's gonna be an interesting match. Is there anyone in the audience who wasn't here last game? Anyone's first game of the? I'm seeing one at least. I'm seeing more. All right, some Rockcity fans possibly, or some ThunderDoms fans, or just some Derby ThunderDoms. Hey. All right, well, you came to the right place. Somebody up against Lefty Lucy. The ThunderDoms have some replacement players. You may recognize some of the names from last game. Being the B team from Dom City, they sometimes they're not quite able to make a full roster. But they're also playing fair, you know. People like Fisherman, who is an A-team jammer, is being put in a in a blocking position instead, because you don't want to have your B team just rely on the best people from your A team. Somebody here just getting through that pack quite quick and already closing in on that first scoring pass, while Lefty Lucy is still trying to get that initial. As you can hear from the coach as well, that is 4 points on the board. Oh, everyone looks okay? No worries, no worries. It is an even score right now on the board, 15-15. And some signaling for the offense from 3-2. That would be Nitrolin. Letting somebody pass clean on the inside there. Nice little bit of footwork. It sounds like someone got a penalty. I'm keeping an eye out. It is a star stash from Lefty Lucy, which makes sense at this point. You are trying to contest. You are trying to make sure that that number doesn't go up to 16, because this jam is ending with a 12 points for the ThunderDoms, widening the gap. Well, not really widening the gap. They started out on 15-15 here. That's not right, but I don't want to do the math. Rockcity up against Tenacious T. Now, Tenacious T has shown some quick work as well, and we are looking at that again. Tenacious T here with a lead status, and Rockcity being recycled. A little bit of an apex hop on that inside. Rockcity looking at the officials to make sure that that was a clean pass. Actually, that apex hop seems to be an apex cut, meaning that this is now a full 2-minute jam and a power jam as well for the ThunderDoms. Let's see how much they can get out of it. Nice balancing work there from Rockcity. Almost getting hit out, but not quite. Doesn't quite make it fully out of the pack, though. Seeing that Rockcity pivot, just sometimes you just gotta say no to a jammer, you know. It looks like the Tenacious T is back on track as well. 50 seconds left in this jam, of course. The scoring or the initial passes have already been completed for the Rockcity Rollers here. So out of a power jam, being able to claw it back here with 4 points on the board, 8 points on the board for Rockcity. 4 points on the board for Dom City here as well. And they have no choice but to continue until that whistle rolls. 12 points on the board for Rockcity. Rockcity up against Rockcity. It's a bit of a tongue twister here. We're looking at a final score for this 2-minute jam at 6-14. Tying up the score again. This is going to be a lot of lead changes, it seems. 29-29. A lot of high-scoring jams as well, compared to the last game where there was a lot of those 4-point jams. Here we're looking at just explosive 12-point, 14 points. Gender Blender up against Dreadful Discordia here. It's always a bit harder to make out the footwork from the announcer's booth, but it looks like Dreadful Discordia up against that last blocker already. Gender Blender surging forward and actually getting lead, flashing a big smile. Dreadful Discordia actually being held back and recycled. But an initial pass is only an initial pass. You need to score afterwards. Gender Blender putting in the work. Rockcity putting in more work as well. As nothing gets given up easy, but it's 4 points on the board for the ThunderDoms. With Rockcity here not having completed initial pass yet. Now completing initial pass, actually. Gender Blender calling it off before any possibility of losing out. 8 points up against 0. Okay, Oshik and Lefty Lucy lining up. You see those blockers inching closer. You don't want to give these people too much momentum because look what Kayoshi can do with it. Beautiful footwork on the inside of the track there. And coming up on that first scoring pass. Bit of an impact, falling down to both knees, but still able to call it off. Landing the score total at 40-29. Somebody up against Tenacious T. Both of these players have quite a few of the lead statuses to their names. It's hard to predict. Prediction no longer necessary. It's Tenacious T running away with it. Rockcity looking to close that gap. Ooh, a bit of an unexpected, bit of a stumble from both Jammer and Official here. No matter, everyone knows how to fall clean and correct. And what are we looking at? 1 point, leading us to 40 up against 30 points here. We've all seen it. There's these 12-point jams, so really this is a rounding error of a difference. And I have to say, quite clean games from both teams. You love to see a penalty box as empty as possible, because as exciting as a power jam can be, of course you'd rather have no one get hurt. That is Dreadful Discordia in the lead. Trixity still stuck in that pack. Dreadful Discordia now looking to score on that, but not uncontested, but not too contested. It's 4 points on the board. Trixity maybe looking to get some help from the offense players. But a big recycle. You can see just a grimace on a face when you know you've been hit out. It's looking to swing in the direction of Rockcity Rollers here for sure. Dreadful Discordia, however, not being able to just breeze past as easy as that first scoring pass here. And a star pass happening for the ThunderDoms. Will it work? Will it happen? This is Helena Destroy now out of the pack. And right as it happens, we are hearing the jam get called. 48 to 40 points. There's only 2 points difference. That is nothing. Now, I had a little peek at the rankings for both of these teams right before. It's a little hard to gauge because Rockcity doesn't have a B team technically, as far as I know. But they have a bunch of new players in their team, so when new players enter, it's kind of hard to gauge, like, where does that land you? But just numbers-wise, the Rockcity Rollers are expected to win this match. Seeing the ThunderDoms right out of their summer break, well, every team has had the summer break, of course, but right out of their summer break, hold their own like this is a beautiful sight. A team timeout for Rockcity Rollers, using one of their 3 team timeouts. Seemingly it happened when the ThunderDoms had already lined up, maybe giving them a little bit of an advantage. You can see the ThunderDom coach doing a little dance, doing a little jig. In the end, this sport is just also a lot of fun. You'll see players laugh at each other a lot. Lefty Lucy and Gender Blender. A lot of rhyming and alliterating names here. Gender Blender out of the pack first, claiming that lead status. Lefty Lucy not very far behind. We've seen this happen game 1. This is very much about those single points and the positioning of these blockers here. Garbage truck. Well, it's a clean pass on the inside. The ThunderDoms offense doing what they need to do, and it's a 4-0 point here. In between my announcing, I'm very much enjoying this barbecue. When the break rolls around, highly recommend it. I don't recommend trying to eat and talking to a microphone at the same time. Such is the life. KO Chic and Tenacious T here lined up and already off to the races. That's KO Chic trying to tiptoe past on the inside line, but being hit out. Tenacious T not wasting a second here. About half a lap of difference between the two. It's up to the ThunderDom blockers. And it's up to that Rockcity offense. It seems like a beautiful apex jump into slide while the timer's being called off. That actually gives KO Chic 3 points. Beautiful move there. You think you're getting you're closing that gap, but and KO Chic is really over the matches I've seen him play and gone from like someone who tried to do these moves but couldn't quite land them to just doing them wholeheartedly. It's just amazing fast progress on this B team here. Somebody grabbing the lead status here. Dreadful Discordia hung up in that tripod. It's not like somebody is not also stuck in that tripod, but there is a lap of difference between these two players. Important to remember. 4 points on the board for the ThunderDoms. We're looking at some offense play here from the pivot. That is something Rampage. May Rampage. Somebody with 2 scoring passes. Not just anybody, it's somebody. Now it's already on the scoreboard, so I'm just gonna let the cat out of the bag. It is a star pass to May Rampage, who does not have the possibility to make it out of that initial pass. Somebody with 12 points on the board here. It's looking to get bigger. That is 16 points on the board for the ThunderDoms. And not yet the initial pass here for Rockcity. And why call off a jam when you're not contested yet like that? All right, looks like a penalty. I did not quite catch what it was. It is actually somebody being sent to the penalty box between the last few seconds and the whistle. This is a power jam. This is a power start for Rockcity. Well, they'll be looking to correct that 18-point lead that somebody was just able to gain. But, you know, is it worth it if you got to give up a power start like this? One blocker just coming out of the penalty box for Rockcity, and it looks like Lefty Lucy's making short work of this. Now, you got to realize that's 30 seconds in a penalty box for somebody, but it also means that they've just been running a full 2-minute jam, and they're going to have to do another one right now. There ain't no rest for the wicked. First scoring pass, it is not being made easy. Can Mags stop this from happening? And no, not quite. That is 4 points on the board for Rockcity. Jammer for the ThunderDoms back on track. Let's see how that stamina is running for somebody. Because you got to think, you already scored 18 points, and now you got to contest anything else. Initial pass completed. Some jammer on jammer. Well, it's more of a like an intimidation factor. If you skate past the other jammer, you're just saying like, I'm gonna make it there earlier than you are. Maybe just call it off. But only 15 points difference between the two teams. Like we've seen before in an 18-point jam. That's nothing. Gender Blender up against Tenacious T here. And a bit of a tiptoe left and right from both jammers here, right, as they enter that pack. It is Tenacious T claiming the lead status. It is Mags getting back on track here from the penalty box. Gender Blender not getting an easy time here. Still on that initial pass, where we're looking at a 4 points on the board. It is a star pass to Pingu. That is one of the guest players from Groningen, coming all the way down to help out the ThunderDoms. I've been told by a little birdie, that little birdie being Pingu herself, that Groningen hasn't stopped their summer break yet, so she hasn't like trained before this. She's just like, fuck it, I'll play a whole game. Why not? You gotta love Derby people. They're willing to do anything for the sport. KO Sheik lining up against the Dreadful Discordia here. It's hard to make out behind Horse Whistler and Referee Breath You Take, but it is KO Sheik coming out with a lead jammer status. Dreadful Discordia dreadfully close. And we're seeing a pack with momentum here. There's some trouble here. KO Sheik grabbing what I think is 3 points. Rockcity Rollers grabbing 1 point in the meantime. It is 9 points difference. With another 7 minutes left in this half. And then, of course, during the half, we'll be doing another raffle ticket. Raffle ticket pool? Tombola? It's a raffle. Trixity up against Lefty Lucy. Trixity tiptoeing over that inside line, but it's Lefty Lucy breaking out of the pack first. Can Trixity make it up and not get Oh, what a defense play, but it is an initial pass here. Lefty Lucy on that first scoring pass already. And calling it off there. That looks like 3 points. Just inching closer. We might get a tied half time. Possibly. Love a close match, so. This is somebody up against Tenacious T. And Tenacious T just long legs, just jumping past that. All the blockers on the outside line here. We've seen somebody rack up the points as well. These are not. What an apex jump here from Tenacious T. And an uncontested pass coming from somebody. That is 4 points against 4 points. I wonder what the strategy here is and why Tenacious T is not calling it off. But without looking into their very secret strategy books, we'll never know. Tenacious T with 8 points on the board. Somebody hopping past that inside line. It is also 8 points on the board. This is a 6 point difference. It might just be to tire someone out. Who knows, who knows? It's probably to make sure your pivot is no longer in the penalty box now that I think about it. 8-2, 12 points, landing us at 76-74. Gender Blender up against Dreadful Discordia. Everything comes down to who gets lead jammer here. And it is, in fact, Gender Blender. While Dreadful Discordia gets recycled. Now the promise of that tied score is looking less and less likely. Gender Blender looking at that coach to see the coach indeed signal end the jam here. Why risk it? You got a 6 point lead. A matchup we've seen before, it's KO Chic up against Lefty Lucy. And KO Chic up against that last blocker already. KO Chic grabbing lead status. All but securing the lead point differential here for the first half. That is some weaving past the players and listening in for your coach to tell you to call it off almost in time. It's 2 points up against 1. Is everyone enjoying the game so far? That's what I like to hear. Somebody up against Tenacious T, both high scorers for their respective teams. Who's going to make it out first? It is somebody, but it is not a very, oh, you love to see it. Not giving it up that easy, but having to concede. And we're continuing. I'm seeing Trixity and 4-4. That is Dreadful Discordia line up on that jammer line already. With 2 minutes left in this half. One hell of an applause from the sky. Thank God the barbecue is under a tent. Am I still audible? Can everyone still hear me? I turn it down, but I don't got that option. It's an official timeout happening, so that means that the game timer has also been stopped. 2 minutes and 12 seconds left. Not sure what they needed to discuss, but in 5 seconds, that's that next jam starting. Trixity and Dreadful Discordia off to the races. Oh, and Trixity just trying to tiptoe past those blockers. Yes! Trixity making it out first. But it's been such close calls here every time. Okay. I was hearing some preparing statements, and it is a tap out right before impact. May Rampage able to hit them out. But it looks like actually 0 points for Dom City Roller Derby and 1 point. Do I stand corrected? It's 1 point each. Gender Blender and Lefty Lucy. I love just, they roll off the tongue. Gender Blender, Lefty Lucy. Feeling like an auctioneer over here. Gender Blender trying to make it to the back. Lefty Lucy on the ground, getting hit out by what looks like 3-2. Nitroline. And Gender Blender being able to get that lead status here. With less than a minute on the first period. Will they be able to widen the lead? It is a star stash from Lefty Lucy here. Taking the star cover off, but not passing it to the pivot. Is there a contesting here? Not quite. 3 points for the ThunderDoms. Not giving anything away to Rockcity. It's going to be about the stamina they have in the second half here. Can we squeeze in one more jam just before that whistle? We can. KO Chic up against Tenacious T. There's one Dom City player in the penalty box, but it sounds like someone else is going there as well. KO Chic out first. Tenacious T not far behind. It is, in fact, another Dom City player in the penalty box, meaning that will carry over possibly to the next half. And it will. 4 points for Rockcity Rollers, 1 point for the Dom City Roller Derby. Evening up the points more, but not quite. And that leaves us into the intermission. Now, I tell everyone, I really think the barbecue is worth it. Because they're under a tent, and if you want some warm food right now, brave the storm. There is also cake and other baked goods at the bar, some nice drinks, hot drinks, cold drinks, toasties, grilled cheese. And in a few minutes, I'll be starting this second round of raffles. If you're still willing to win one of these beautiful prizes, if I can find my notes. These players are definitely like enjoying the slightly colder weather. I've been in here during a heat wave. It's not great. Rockcity up against the Dreadful Discordia. And we are off to the races here. A big recycle for Rockcity. Dreadful Discordia also struggling to get through that strong tripod defense here. Being able to tiptoe past on that apex inner line. Big smile to the crowd. And a little stumble, but they're back up. And that is a completed first scoring pass. Looking at 4 points on the board, only 3 points difference between the two teams. Rockcity also out and not far behind. Let's see what happens here. Bit of a moment of truth. It is a full scoring pass. Or is it? What are we looking at here, officials? It's actually a penalty, and we're looking at a power jam swinging in favor of the ThunderDoms. I'm hearing a whistle. I'm assuming it got called off, but no. No, in fact, the chance that Rockcity might have had to even that score is now going towards Rockcity to widen the gap. But it's only 30 seconds in a penalty box, and Dreadful Discordia is already back on the track. Of course, this is a full 2-minute jam, with the lead jammer being sent out. And looking to tie up the score for this jam again. And the timer runs out before anything else happens. Unless we are getting some fingers in the air from an official. But it does not look like it. 8-8. With Rockcity landing at 88. Dom City, I stand corrected, getting another 3 points on that last pass. Landing them at 98, closing in on that 3-digit point. Gender Blender and Lefty Lucy. It's always nice to say Gender Blender and Lefty Lucy. Both struggling to get that initial pass, but one struggling more than the other. Lefty Lucy not being able to race out quite as fast as you'd hope, but that is still official lead status. Gender Blender about a third of a track behind, but looking to close that gap with some good speed here. It gets called off. We're seeing one finger in the air. It's 1 point for the Rockcity Rollers. A new jammer for the Rockcity Rollers enters the fray. It's Monster Jam up against KO Chic. Let's see, might be a strategic replacement during the halftime. It might just be trying something out. Everything's strategic, of course. And strategy pays off here. Monster Jam claiming that lead status. We're looking at a 9-point difference. KO Chic half a lap behind. And that's Monster Jam taking a bit of a spill and calling it off. What are we looking at, officials? It's 3 points in the air for Rockcity. Only 6 points difference between the two teams. Dom City not being able to score points for last 2 jams now. A matchup we've seen before, somebody up against Dreadful Discordia. With both of the blocker packs just quite far away from the jammer, the difference doesn't exist. This is Dreadful Discordia. Seeing that sometimes being the lead does not mean you get to score at all. Just pop a squat, somebody. It's just taking a breather. A 0-0 point jam. Up next, Lefty Lucy. Are we seeing the typical matchup with Gender Blender? It looks like that decision is yet to be made. A team timeout being called from Dom City Roller Derby. Their first team timeout. Does anyone have any questions? We got a minute of just no game happening. Anyone, any questions in the audience? Don't be shy. Everyone perfectly understands every rule of Derby, and you have just, not sure. You can ask. I got a microphone, and I just keep talking, so I might as well explain something. Right, so why are the jams so short sometimes? It's because strategically, for either team, they want to score more points than the other team. Like that's the basics, but the real thing that matters is the difference. All right, everyone's lined up again. So the real thing is the difference. So if you can score 4 points, but the other person's going to score points like in 3 seconds, you're going to call it off because you'd rather have 4 points and them 0 than you 6 points and them 4 because that's only 2 points difference. You know, you got to save your strength and widen the gap. Trickcity up against Lefty Lucy. We're seeing a switch up in the usual matchup. Bit of a recycle on some of the blockers. No, on Trickcity. Lefty Lucy breaking out first. Trickcity about a third of a track behind. Hell, we might see an example of these short jams that was asked about here. Depending on what Lefty Lucy does here. Pivoting past. And just like that, it is 1 point. But you'd rather score 1 point against 0 than 1 point against 1 point from the opponent. Which is exactly what happened. A lot of energy for effectively the same end point. But we are now at 99 points for the ThunderDoms. Up against 93. Gender Blender up against Monster Jam. Monster Jammed or Blander. And some very close play defense from the ThunderDoms. We're looking at Gender Blender trying to break through that pack. Not a lot of options for offense here, especially now that Pingu is in the penalty box. Gender Blender able to break out first, grabbing that lead status while Monster Jam gets recycled. 2 players in the penalty box for the ThunderDoms, 1 player in the penalty box for Rockcity. It is 4 points on the board for ThunderDoms, landing them above the 100-point mark. Tenacious T, it looks like there was a star pass. And looking to just scoot past there. Beautiful, beautiful work. 8 points up against 4, but given the opportunity for everyone to leave that penalty box. Sometimes you want to run that timer out, especially if you have multiple people in there. A 10-point difference is nothing like we've seen before. There's a lot of jams that go above that. With some deliberation between all those blockers, you can see them talk to each other. What's the positioning? What's the strategy? Everyone has their own plan. But the real plan is the same in the end. It's to win. KO Chic up against Dreadful Discordia. It's KO Chic out in front right now, able to make it out of that initial pass. Dreadful Discordia, I'm hearing a lot of whistles. Are there penalties being called? Yes. It is, in fact, one of the ThunderDom blockers sitting down in the box right now. That doesn't matter if that initial pass is not yet completed for Dreadful Discordia. KO Chic on that first scoring pass, 4 points on the board. 111-111. I'm not looking at the penalty box enough. It has been a power jam for long enough for people to already be re-entering. I'm hearing whistles and I'm hearing it got called off. What happened here? I will admit, the camera person was standing right in front of the jammer, so it's a bit of a weird position to be in as an announcer sometimes. You all have a better vantage point than I do. Excuses, of course, excuses. 6 points on the board for the ThunderDoms in that jam. Not being able to use the power jam quite as effectively as they have before. Now that it's an official timeout and I have everyone's captive attention, is there anyone in the audience with raffle ticket 32? 37? Please check your tickets. I'm trying to give people things. 32?
32? No.
37 or 138?
Nope.
No. I got very excited there too. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I really thought I was.
Who wants the shark? I'm going to re-raffle him after the end of this game if no one claims him, because, yeah, you know. It does. But does that bag have number 49? No, actually 32. I don't make the rules, I just play the game. And I don't even play the game, I'm just an announcer. Of course, the officials, they get to do whatever they want because the officials are always right. So the official timeout can go for longer than the team timeouts or official reviews. No, official timeouts are just for... If it's an official review, I usually run up to get the scoop, but official timeouts is just something needs to be discussed. Let the professionals handle it. I also don't have like an inkling. If I didn't notice anything happening on track, that was like, oh. Lined up is somebody against the lefty Lucy. Boy, aren't you glad we're in here. It turns out that whatever got discussed sent the Rockcity jammer to the penalty box. Looking like a power start for Dom City Roller Derby. Giving them a power jam and a power start right in a row. Somebody also being a high scorer in past jams already out. This is looking like some I'm hearing somebody fans in the audience. Rockcity isn't making it easy, but somebody does not care and scores 4 points. Ends the jam before the Rockcity jammer can even get out of that penalty box, granting them another power start. Of course, for those who don't know, if people are standing in the penalty box, that means they have less than 10 seconds left. So it isn't going to be a lot of leeway, but sometimes it's all you need. That's Trixity looking to gain that lead early on and getting away with it as well. Dreadful Discordia now re-entering the track. But of course, first needing to make that initial pass, which Trixity already has done. Initial pass for Dreadful Discordia is completed. Trixity probably has some points on the board. In fact, 4 points for the ThunderDoms. Leaving it at 0 points for Rockcity. The difference between the teams is widening in favor of the home team. But anything can happen. It's Derby. It's been a close match so far, and you've seen far bigger swings than this. Gender Blender up against the Monster Jam. Seeing a bit of a storm ram, well, it's like a battering ram going on here. Sometimes Gender Blender here getting lead status, but being able to just grab the hips of one of their blockers and being able to just push through the opponents. Here looking to get that first scoring pass completed. Some beautiful pivoting, some beautiful pirouetting, but running into Monster Jam actually. Did not recognize her without a star cap, but it is in fact the jammer who broke out of that initial pass. 4-0, some classic score. I think the most common score in Derby on the board. Landing us at 125-97. Rockcity still looking to break that triple-digit mark, being held there for quite a while already. Really since the start of this half. Lefty Lucy looking to make a change. Keoshik being held back quite adeptly by the Rockcity blockers. That's Tenacious T with the pivot cover right now, actually. Of course, a player we've seen be very strong as a jammer. Oh, and a bit of a spill there, but what are we looking at score-wise? It's 2 points for Rockcity Rollers, 99. Both teams still have their official review. Neither of them used it in the first half. Of course, that may just mean that nothing was spotted to review in the first place. Which means they're both playing a clean game. Somebody out here just, oh, what a hit. Up against Tenacious T, is that again? I think Dreadful Discordia not quite able to make it out of the pack yet. Seeing some offense being played from Pingu here, the ThunderDoms pivot. Quite successfully as well. Looking at the 4 points scored by somebody. One of the blockers from Rockcity now in the penalty box. Just adding to that advantage that they have right now. Star cover in hand. Dreadful Discordia is still trying to make it past that Dom City defense. But being recycled just as much as somebody is right now. Some nice cooperation between Pingu and somebody. But like you can see here, even when you get hit out or get a penalty, the players are always still laughing. 12 points on the board by somebody right now. I stand corrected, 16 points. What do you get? Looking to widen, looking for a larger gap. Are we looking at 20 here? Possibly. 20 points with Dreadful Discordia finally being able to break free of that pack. Initial pass completed. Not given the opportunity to score. Now, for those who haven't heard me or haven't seen the first game, I'd like to tell everyone about the rookie camp that's starting on the 16th. If you're interested in Derby, you want to play Derby at Utrecht, there's a rookie camp on November 16th. You don't need any skating skills to try this sport. They'll teach you. They'll loan you some skates. They'll loan you some gear. Just show up. See if you like it. These people liked it enough to be out here in the rain and the cold. They'd love to have you, I assure you. Now, on November 1st, there is a doubleheader also played here. That means 2 games, one from the Dom City A team, the Dom City Dolls, against a French team, L'Homme Glorieux Bâtard. And then the B team, which you are seeing play right now, will be playing against the Rotterdam Seagulls, which is a new team within the Rotterdam League. Rotterdam being known to be very good at derby, so it's bound to be a good match to watch. So put it in your calendar, peeps. On the jammer line right now is Trixity and Lefty Lucy. One player each in the penalty box. But another official timeout is over, actually. All right. Everyone in the penalty box is standing. Trixity and Lefty Lucy here looking to get lead status. Trixity getting in, Lefty Lucy not far behind. Hearing some of the signaling from that coach. Here, Trixity getting, 4 points against a clean 0 for Rockcity Rollers. Dom City really putting in the effort to keep Rockcity from reaching 100. So close, but not quite. With a lead that is now like 2/3. What's the math on that? Someone else work that out. Gender Blender and Monster Jam. Here looking at Gender Blender just barge forward, getting support from their team. Just breaking out and claiming lead. It looks like the snowball of lead status for the ThunderDoms shows no signs of stopping. A little bit of work on the inside line, but Gender Blender slips out, not quite able to make it out. It is hard to keep your balance on stretched legs in such little space with 5 people who really want you to lose it. Tenacious T. There must have been a star pass here onto someone who was a jammer in the first half, but now seems to have switched to pivot. It matters not when you get a star pass. 4-0. 153 to 99. KO Chic up against Dreadful Discordia now. All right. And off to the races they go. Just not even able to move an inch at the start there. It is Rockcity Roller Derby claiming lead status and enjoying the spotlight as well. But here you get some jammer on jammer violence. If you're getting recycled, you might as well take the opportunity. That is Rockcity Roller Derby claiming their triple digits with 103 points on the board. KO Chic now able to make it out of that initial pass. Rockcity looking for 8 points before the problem arrives. The problem being, of course, KO Chic. 106, 7 points total this jam. All for the green team. Give it up for Rockcity Roller Derby. And a round of applause for the ThunderDoms. All right, somebody just barging past again. An empty penalty box with... Is that Mags? Is that... Lefty Lucy struggling to get out of that initial pass still. But it's not like they're making it easy for a scoring pass on somebody. Trying to tiptoe past that inside line, not making it, and getting recycled. Of course, getting hit out on the inside is kind of the better side of the two. That's Lefty Lucy getting an initial pass. When you get hit out on the inside, it's less space you need to travel. You can kind of take the shortcuts. But of course, getting hit out at all is losing ground. It is only... How many points for Dom City here? It is 3 points for Dom City Roller Derby. And 1 point for Rockcity as well. With about 10 minutes left on the clock here for this full game. We're looking at Trick City versus Monster Jam. Now, as a jammer, of course, you want to push in between those blockers. A multiplayer penalty or just being allowed past is both a good option. And Trick City being able to muscle past, in fact. Another star pass happening on the Rockcity side of things. Thunder Thighs. First time we're seeing them with that star cap. But not being allowed to make it shine. That would be 4 points for Dom City Roller Derby. Is it? Yes, okay, they're appearing on the board now. 4 points up against 1. Being allowed to shine for 1 point. It is a penalty got called on the ThunderDom jammer, meaning that this is a power start. A power start and probably a full 30 seconds power jam as well for the Rockcity. That looks like 4-4. Dreadful Discordia. Alas, an official timeout slows us down a little bit. Seeing some communication from an official to the scorekeepers. And of course, our wonderful track ninjas making sure that that track stays intact. Thank you for your service. Five seconds until the next jam. Dreadful Discordia up against Trick City. Trick City, however, in the penalty box. This is a free start for the Rockcity League, the Rockcity team here. But, you know, a power start doesn't mean that the blockers aren't there. So you'd better ramp up your offense and almost allow Dreadful Discordia to get that lead status. Trixie back on track here and able to make it past and claim lead status despite it all. Showing the strength of the team here, especially the blockers. Star cover in hand, Rockcity is trying to muscle past, but this is not easy to get done. But not impossible either. It is a star pass to Tenacious T. At least stopping the momentum. Only 4 points for the ThunderDoms. 0 points for Rockcity Roller Derby. It is Gender Blender. Official review now. I'm going to go run over there and you'll have to amuse yourself for a second because I don't have a co-host. I'm running a one-man band over here. There was a request for a penalty on the ThunderDoms jammer from Rockcity as they were in the penalty box for the last 10 seconds. The claim goes that they were not fully and clearly standing. They were instead hovering a little bit, making it not clear to the other team that they were about to be allowed back on track. If that is the case, then that would, of course, give them an advantage on like the information given. It looks like, well, it's still blinking. It's still unclear what the conclusion is. It looks like it's being communicated to the teams right now. I'm seeing solemn nods, but have no idea what they just told each other. Listening to the whistles and seeing Gender Blender lined up on that jammer line, I will assume that the official review was not granted, meaning that Rockcity loses their chance for an official review for the rest of this game. Gender Blender not making it to Lefty Lucy, a matchup we've seen quite a few times. Lefty Lucy here with lead status. And Gender Blender with star cover in hand, getting some helpful offense from Brechteisen, now out of the pack. Of course, Lefty Lucy already with 4 points on the board for scoring pass completed. A beautiful clean jam from Rockcity Rollers here. Now I'm going to ask everyone who's just here now or has been here for the 2 games already, be sure to stay for the last game. It's a triple header today. It's going to be a legacy bout between some of the more experienced and older players from the leagues showing back up for the 15th birthday of the league, which is what this whole event is about. Make sure you stay. Apparently there's a big surprise during the halftime. Somebody here coming up on first scoring pass. Just some beautiful pirouettes with hip tapping. You got to think about, like, sometimes you just got to look at these skaters and think, like, well, they make it look easy, but would you be comfortable doing, like, 3 turns, hip tapping, also needing to stay aware of all your surroundings? People trying to bump into you? This is the peak of athleticism, people. It is Trixity up against Dreadful Discordia. Empty penalty boxes and Trixity grabbing lead status already. Dreadful Discordia about 2/3 of a lap behind. But a pack that moves quite fast. Is Trixity able to keep their balance and tap out afterwards? That is a clean scoring pass. 4 points against 0. And a matchup we've seen quite a few times before. Easily rememberable because it's so nice to say. Gender Blender against Lefty Lucy. And we are in the final stretch of this whole game as well. Lefty Lucy here with the lead status. Final 5 minutes of the whole game. Lefty Lucy here looking at that scoring pass. Tripod, of course, looking at a jammer and saying, nuh-uh. But not quite hard enough. That is 4 points. Gender Blender with star cover in hand, able to make it out, hold their balance. You're going to need to put that back on before you can score points, though. But like most players know, when you're about to like turn those circles, the jam is going to get called off with 8 points for Rockcity. Making a bit of a comeback here. You love to see it. We've seen the 20-point jam before. It can swing either way. This is somebody up against the Monster Jam. They did the jam. They did the Monster Jam. Both penalty boxed players standing. And it is Monster Jam able to grab that lead status. Rockcity showing Dom City to not get complacent here, as somebody has to follow about 3/4 of a lap behind. I'm hearing a cut penalty get called, but for who? For whom? 4 points on the board for Rockcity Roller Derby. Trixity up against Dreadful Discordia. Unofficial timeout before that 5 seconds call goes through. Actually, 1 point for Dome City Roller Derby in the last jam. Trixity and Dreadful Discordia, like I said before, duking it out over that jammer line. It is Trixity being able to grab the lead jammer status. Dreadful Discordia with star cover in hand. Not quite able to reach that pivot. No, that's Garbage Truck that I was talking about last game, holding that pivot back. And it looks like actually a penalty called here right in front of us for Trixity. This is a full 2-minute jam, a power jam for Thunder Thighs, the star passed pivot. The mix-ups. You never know what's going to happen. Some offense being played here, but we are looking at, that is 7-7. Twisted Acid. Just blocking that jammer very deftly. Formidable. How could I forget from last game? And all those penaltied players back on track. Actually, one player back in the box. And it is Trixity making it out again once more. Recompleting their initial pass. Now here the jammers get good reason to really bother each other as well. Seeing as no one can call it off, and with 15 seconds left on the timer, it is the ThunderDoms with 4 points on the board. Kendra Thunder Thighs course correct here. And equal that count. It is 8 points for Trixity. Doesn't matter if you're penalized. Out of the game for 30 seconds. 8 points on the board. And 2 points for Rockcity Roller Derby. .48 difference with a mere 26 seconds left in the game. I would say anything can happen, but not quite that much. It is quite probable that this will be The last jam of this game. Place your bets now. Official review. I'm gonna run over. The ThunderDoms are requesting 4 extra points on the board, seeing as when I said that the jammer redid their initial pass after the penalty. Well, maybe they didn't have to redo their initial pass, and that was already a scoring pass. So they're looking for 4 extra points for that completed jam. Quite easy to spot if they'll be granted such a thing. And seeing as there is an official rolling over to the scoreboard, I might have an inkling what it will be. But it might also be a question of the angle that they had on the game, of course. Every official around this track gets a say and important information about the game. I mean, there's a reason there's 18 officials on track or on and around the track. It's very hard to keep track of every situation happening here. I've never seen a 26 seconds last this long. It's we're really getting our money's worth, you know. What if we just never play again? Like the match never ends. We'll just be here. It'll be nice. No, the rain stopped, so maybe we should get going. With the official having skated back to the gaggle of zebras over there. It does not seem like a conclusion was reached yet. Reached, Rod? Right, who's sticking around for match number 3? Everyone cheer. That is the correct answer. Everyone is sticking around for match number 3 because it's going to be fucking sick. What are we looking at conclusion-wise? It's also using your official review in this last half a minute and getting more than 4 minutes of like break time out of it is like, oh, all right. It's going to be a well-rested final jam. It looks like it wasn't granted, and we are just getting KO Chic up against Lefty Lucy with Lefty Lucy in the lead. Give it up for Rockcity! With a penalty box with a lot of people in it. That is a scoring pass for Rockcity here. 4 points on the board. KO Chic uncharacteristically struggling to get out of that initial pass. Lefty Lucy already looking at a possible 8 points. What are we gonna see? 8 points on the board. Initial pass completed for KO Chic. Coming in quite speedy. And a tap out after. What is that? 12 points for Rockcity. 1 point in the final jam for the ThunderDoms. Looking at an official score of 175 to 138. While we're waiting for that unofficial score, can I get a big round of applause for the Rockcity Rollers? And can I get a cheer for the ThunderDoms? With the final score being decided, can I get a big cheer for all of the volunteers as well? And that concludes our beautiful second game. I recommend everyone still get some and now the cheer for the Rocks. Looking at Team White first.
These are the Flashback Furies.
Flashback Furies. All right, the Flashback Furies here with 1-1 Abs of Steel. Number 2, Ma Baker. 206 Boney Bragger. 4-2 GT. 4-3 Halogene. 666 Nocturnal Damage. Number 7 Repti Bark. Number 711 Peekaboo Panda. Number 82 Party Sparkle FH. Number 86 Untitled Russian. And 90 Twisted Acid.
Give them a big cheer. And now in black, we have the Throwback Thrashers. Come out on track. Oh. On the Throwback Flashers, we have 0101 Knockout Gnarly, 100 Mags, 22 Dale Drama, 300 Bludger, 32 Nitroline, 64 MS DOS, 7 Vegan Vengeance, 82 L Star, 9 Anthrax, 95 Blair Witch, 996 Speedy Gonzalez, and finally 13, I am not Dutch, here we go, Jetzt het Moos. So who's excited for the last game of the day? Really excited about our legacy bout. Some of these players haven't played for a few years and they have come back specially to celebrate 15 years of Dom City Roller Derby with us. So this is super exciting.
Yeah, this is a lot of players I've never seen play. I'm relatively new to the whole scene. But then again, there's some of these names that we've seen in game 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think we have some loaned players from Dom City to help make up the numbers. But a lot of these players, taken to the track.
And up first it's Vegan Vengeance. Vegan Vengeance up against Party Sparkle FH. I'm hearing some fans. Jam 1 is off to the races.
So Party Sparkle played for Amsterdam from about 2011 to 2018. That is 7 years since she last played.
That is Party Sparkle in the lead, with Vegan Vengeance about half a lap behind. And the first jam landing on 0 to 2 points for the Flashback Furies.
The officials need a moment to discuss something.
First jam, we're already in a timeout.
If you haven't already, this is your absolute last chance to buy raffle tickets. I believe we still have 1 raffle left.
I think we still have like 4. And there's a lot of unclaimed ones here as well, so.
Yes, if you haven't checked your raffle tickets, please do.
We want to give you a funny shark. Look at him.
Everyone bid on the fluffy shark. So everyone ought to check your tickets. This could be yours.
If you have ticket number,
49.
Yeah, no,
No?
32.
Oh, sorry.
32.
Number 32. This shark is yours.
Otherwise, we will simply have to throw him back in the sea.
It looks like we have Blair Witch jamming for the Throwback Thrashers and Abs of Steel jamming for Flashback Furies.
Of course, also appreciating these officials that have, some of them have been going for 3 games straight as well. Just looking at that name, the Horse Whistle, and I'm like, 3 games? 3? You're a maniac and we appreciate it.
Getting ready for the next jam.
And off they go. Bit of a fight, but it is Abs of Steel on the inside line with a fan base to boot.
So Abs of Steel played for Amsterdam from 2009 to 2016 and played in the World Cup in 2014.
Nitrolin picking up the star cover for a star pass here. Let me not interrupt more of your fun fact.
And a very strategic call-off before Nitroline can gain any points for the Throwback Thrashers.
MS-DOS up against Boney Bragger here. With the Flashback Furies in the lead, but it's only 6 points. Anything can happen. It looks like another lead for the Furies.
Yeah, Boney Bragger finds the space on the outside and takes it.
And that is the initial pass for MS-DOS. But a classic 4-point jam.
Very clean 4 points scored there.
And Vegan Vengeance up against Party Sparkle FH. I do not know what the FH stands for, but Party and Sparkles, it sounds nice. It is, in fact, Party of or Vegan Vengeance grabbing lead status. A first for the Throwback Thrashers.
Vegan Vengeance is another World Cup player, played in the very first World Cup ever. And gets a cut penalty before calling off.
And therefore not allowed to call off the jam there. Probably looked like a bubble. Also getting on the wrong side of the penalty box.
This is a very full penalty box over here.
Yeah. So this is a full 2-minute jam then. With Party Sparkle not able to get lead anymore. But with 8 points on the board, I don't think they really mind over there. All right, this looks like... It looks like that penalty box is cleared out once more, meaning that everyone is on track. Vegan Vengeance coming back with a vengeance here, trying to make up for lost time. Though the jam timer isn't moving, so I'm a little confused what's happening here. I'm just gonna pay attention to the track instead. We're looking at Party Sparkle here, racking up more and more scoring passes. I think the beamer might just be frozen.
Yeah, we have an issue with the time.
It's awake again. 16 points for Flashback Furies against 8 for the Throwback Thrashers. 12 for the Throwback Thrashers. the Throwback Thrashers being able to fight back that much, even though they were giving up a power jam.
I think 19 points might be our highest scoring jam of the day.
I think we've seen 20, but it is very close. And this early in the game especially, that is very high to see on the board.
Throwback Thrashers didn't go down without a fight, though, keeping the point differential pretty small.
Blair Witch up against Abs of Steel. Abs of Steel, I was going to say making it out, but both of these players getting cycled.
And it's Abs of Steel who makes it out, gaining a lead for the Flashback Furies.
I'm hearing a whistle, but not seeing a penalty per se.
Somebody's just received a cut.
It is, in fact, the jammer, Blair Witch, meaning that this is a power jam in favor of the Flashback Furies, who still hold lead as well. Kind of the perfect position to be in, which they are now showing off with that 8 points. And looking to widen that into 12 points with the jammer still in the penalty box. This is a power start for the Flashback Furies, who are just very quickly climbing. Jam 5, and at 41 points, someone else work out the average on that. It's pretty good. What is it, like 8 points? I said I wouldn't work it out, but whatever. All right, this is Boney Bragger still up against Blair Witch since they were in the penalty box from last jam. Boney Bragger bringing in the lead status.
So Boney Bragger scrimmed with us here on Wednesday at Dom City and loved it so much that she signed up for this game on that day.
That's all it takes to get someone back. Just gotta let them taste the glory once more. Derby is a sport that, of course, got hit quite hard during the pandemic times, since this is all like full contact in enclosed spaces. A lot of the leagues had a tough time recovering after that, and Utrecht has been doing quite well. Amsterdam had a bit of a rougher time, especially in the early startup, but it's good to see all of these players, a lot of them having stopped before COVID even, or because of COVID, just coming back and enjoying the game this much.
Yeah, because that's what this is all about, really, is just how much we all enjoy playing Derby. It's so great to see everyone here celebrating.
MS-DOS here with lead status and already on that first scoring pass. Let's see the fingers in the air here.
2 points. Yeah,
with a fan club.
Flashback Furies forcing a call off there before the Throwback Thrashers, wow, what a tongue twister, before they could claim all 4 points.
Yeah, a lot of THs in there. Who invented English? Why'd they do that? Throwback Thrashers. Throwback Thrashers here represented by Vegan Vengeance, Abs of Steel for the Flashback Furies. Vegan Vengeance this time getting that lead and not getting the cut that came with it last time. And not slowing down to enter that back. Sometimes you just need to go for intimidation. Like, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going fast and you're in trouble now.
It looks like this could be the jam where the Throwback Thrashers really close that gap.
8 points on the board to prove your point. With one blocker in the penalty box for the Furies. We are looking at 22 to 44. a 50% difference between the two teams. But it's early in the first half still.
There is still all to play for, and these teams are still remembering and getting that muscle memory back. Anything could happen.
I wonder how many of them, because I know some of the players had to like borrow skates to be able to skate again and all that kind of stuff. So it does make you wonder, like, how much training did they get? You were talking about someone who skated last week.
Yep.
For the first time in a while. I was like, I'll do it. And then just jumping back in as a jammer as well. I was like, all right.
Yeah. No, it's incredibly impressive. At least some of these skaters have continued doing some form of skating. I know one of our skaters has won awards for artistic skating, which is very cool. At least one of our skaters continued inline skating since stopping derby. But yes, many of them have not been on track.
They've not given up the way of the wheel. It's been an official timeout for over a minute now, giving us some air to fill. Has everyone been enjoying the match so far? All right. Bit of a kerfuffle. It turns out the black team had 5 blockers on track, which is not allowed. So a penalty has been given to the captain, except the black team did not have an appointed captain yet. So now they're deciding like who's important and gets penalized for that. Someone should have caught this. Oops.
Just part of the chaos of having a legacy bout with skaters some of whom have not skated since we had 5 points per jam instead of 4 per pass.
Oh, the jammer points.
And some who used to play with major penalties and minor penalties, which is a big throwback. Luckily now we only have one type of penalty, and they're all 30 seconds, and it's much, much simpler.
You can get a double penalty if you really fuck up.
Oh yeah, if you really, really mess up.
Yeah. Yeah, there used to be, I've been told, before my time, there was a point for lapping the opponent jammer as well.
Yes, that would be where your 5 points come from a single
Which
single
gets
pass.
very complicated and easy to mess up for
Yes.
the officials. So it's been taking out. Boney Bragger claiming that lead status for the Furies. Blair Witch is still fighting. I presume, I can't see the penalty box right now, but I assume.
It seems to be empty right now.
Exactly.
Playing a very clean jam.
Is it the Furies having a strong defense or having really good jammers? What do you think is the deciding factor here?
Ooh, that's a really good question. It's definitely a very solid defense going on there.
And a star pass to Nitrolin. Nitro line.
Oh, beautiful footwork from Boney Bragger, getting out the front of the pack before calling it off.
But that is, I presume, 12 points for, is it 8 points? Eight points for the Flashback Furies, leaving 0 for the Thrashers. I'll cover the mic. Just eat your food before it goes cold. MS DOS up against Party Sparkle FH. Here to duke it out, with MS DOS being recycled there by 9-0. That would be taking too long. I need to look at the track. Neither of them haven't claimed lead status yet. It looks like the Throwback Thrasher defense just ramping up their tripod, just not allowing Party Sparkle, who's racked up quite a lot of points in the past, through. I say that, of course, Caster's Curse now claims the lead for the Furies. are we looking at? A star pass. We have a new jammer for the Thrashers with the Flashback Furies, already 4 points on the board. But it is an initial pass completed. Flashback Furies now cruising through. Only one blocker. Well, a lot of big smiles at each other here. 8 points are granted. And I don't even know who ended up being the new jammer. Never got marked on the scoreboard. Vegan Vengeance up against Abs of Steel. Vegan Vengeance trying to push through, succeeding to push through, forcing a multiplayer scenario where the blockers have to let go here. Abs of Steel a third of a track behind. And a conservative grab a few points and call it off. Looks like 3 points for the Thrashers, leaving 0 for the Furies. And the score is just right about 50% for the Thrashers compared to the Furies so far. The question is, some of these people getting back on track is, have they kept in shape? Have they kept up their endurance? We might look at some different results, of course, in the second half, but in the, well, official timeout. I was going to say the second 15 minutes here as well. But 5 seconds being called, and we're back to the game. Blair Witch up against Party Sparkle. Seeing a bit of a spill from the Fury blockers. And some recycling happening here of the Thrasher Jammer. Party Sparkle making it out once more, claiming lead jammer status. Having a good track record on this track so far. But now we're looking at Bludger just holding on and holding back. And it is, oh, what a hit, but Blair Witch stays standing. Initial pass and an immediate call off. 3 points for the Furies, 0 for the Thrashers. And Vegan Vengeance lining up against the Bony Bragger. Empty penalty box. And it is Bony Bragger making it out first. Vegan Vengeance about a quarter of a track behind, maybe a third. Someone get a protractor. We're going to figure this out. It's 4 clean points on the inside line.
Very nicely done for the Flashback Furies there. We have Miss Doss and Abs of Steel on the jammer line. Both teams off to a good start there, but Abs of Steel finding a gap and going for it. That is lead for the Flashback Furies. But the Throwback Thrashers are not far behind, maybe half a track. Trying to stop Abs of Steel from scoring as many points as possible, but We will see if the Throwback Flashers manage to grab anything. And no, the Thrashers are left completely pointless here. Still waiting to find out how many points Furies get, and they get 2 points. 2 points for the Furies from this jam.
It looks like a bit of a switch up on the jammer lineup for the Throwback Thrashers. Nitrolin was a pivot before. Looks like starting on the jammer line this time. Up against Party Sparkle, who has a good track record. Let's see how they match up against each other.
That is a strong 3-wall from the Thrashers, holding back Party Sparkle.
But not for much longer.
Yeah, she manages to find a way through.
25 points against 69. Nitrolin now also out of the pack. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I think Nitrolin has been skating 3 games in a row.
Yes, this is Nitrolin's 3rd game of the day.
What?
Incredibly impressive.
My God. So, wait. Are there any other players who are playing 3 games in a row now? I think it's just Nitrolin.
I think it is just Nitrolin.
Shout out to Nitrolin for 3 games in a row. And then also jamming. You mad lass.
Absolutely unstoppable.
Vegan Vengeance.
We have a team timeout on Flashback Furies right now. Taking a moment, re-strategizing.
Oh, they're winning. They might just be taking a breather.
Yeah.
Giving a small opportunity as well for the Track Ninjas to fix some patches.
Thank you, Track Ninjas.
Give it up for the Track Ninjas! Woo! No reaction because they are very focused. Woo!
You.
And that whistle marking everyone, telling everyone to get ready for the next jam. Vegan Vengeance up against Boney Bragger. And quite a struggle, but Boney Bragger making it out as the lead jammer.
Vegan Vengeance being recycled and then recycled again. Some really tough defense from Flashback Furies. Oh, but she manages to find a way through on the apex.
That is 4 points for the Flashback Furies already, but no longer uncontested.
Making the very strategic move to call it off. Oh. 25-77. This is the largest gap we've seen in the matches so far. Let's see how it holds up. One person in the penalty box for the Throwback Thrashers. Making it just a little bit easier for Abs of Steel. Don't think it was needed, but appreciate it nonetheless. I would like to issue a correction, Mags. Mags has also played 3 games in a row.
Yeah, it was Mags in the penalty
incredible,
box.
yeah.
Mags and Nitrolin now actually the jammer, of course, for the Thrashers, completing the initial pass, while the Furies are up on their second scoring pass, which goes by pretty quick and painless. A pivot and a blocker in the penalty box for the Thrashers. The Thrashers then have both players that are like 3 games deep. It's Nitrolin and Mags.
No, that's not Nitrolin in there.
No, but
We have
not
Mags
both
in the penalty box, yeah.
But just team-wide, I mean.
But yeah, this is a very strong start for the Flashback Furies. Let's see if they can take advantage of this.
Party Sparkle taking
Absolutely
advantage of it.
taking advantage, yeah.
The Sparkle Tutu, just pure Kino. Pure Kino.
My favorite bit's the rainbow socks.
Oh man, I hadn't even noticed. I got distracted by the fact that they're just racking up the points, just one after the other.
Hard to pay attention to anything else here.
4 points on the board, speaking of which. Blair Witch still stuck on that initial pass.
And having completed a star pass now to Dalai Lama.
Dalai Drama?
Dalai Drama.
Dalai Drama also... Wait, also playing 3 games then? Did Dalai Drama play last game? Let us check our paperwork. Eight points on the board for Party Sparkle FX for the Flashback Furies.
No, Dalai Drama had last game off.
That is 12 points on the board for the Furies. And actually, it's a power jam we hadn't even noticed because we were checking player names on cheats.
Party Sparkle skates so gracefully. She almost makes the points look effortless.
It's an immense amount of effort to make something look that effortless. 16 points on the board, of course, is very obviously a strong effort. And we might be looking at a tie for highest scoring jam today here with 20 points right as the whistle goes. Breaking the 100-point barrier in the first half, 25 to 105.
We just passed 100 points. Could we get a huge cheer for the Flashback Furies for passing 100? We have Vegan Vengeance and Bony Bragger lining up on the jammer line.
There is a timeout going on. No longer.
Just a quick official timeout to sort some things out, but we are back and ready to play.
For the alliterative fight between these two. BB versus VV. And it is Vegan Vengeance claiming that lead status. Bonnie Bragger being hit out on the inside of the track.
That is a strong 3-wall from the Thrashers, but not quite strong enough.
Scoring pass
Bony Bragger finds a way
completed.
out.
Now is the moment for Vegan Vengeance to try and tap out right on time, and it succeeds. 8 points to 0.
Very clean last scoring pass there. Managed to call it off just before the Flashback Furies could claim any points.
Six minutes left in this half. Of course, during the halftime, we'll be raffling off the remaining prizes. And other things will happen. I haven't been told. Abs of Steel up against our mystery jammer for the Throwback Thrashers. It looks like that might be elite status for Abs of Steel, first of all. And knockout.
That's Knockout Gnarly, jamming for the Throwback Thrashers.
New jammer for the Thrashers.
Brand new jammer for the Thrashers there.
4 points on the board for the Flashback Furies. And making the 8 points look easy.
Gnarly's still trying to find the gaps in White's defense there.
Yeah, it looks
and
like
Abs of Steel weaving through the pack, finding those gaps.
it looks like Untitled Russian is making one hell of a problem for... Is that correct? That is correct. Abs of Steel now coming up on that fourth scoring pass, not quite making it through. It looks like 2 points scored nonetheless, and 0 points for the Throwback Thrashers the whole jam. 14 points for the Furies in total. It is MS-DOS up against Party Sparkle FH.
We see Party Sparkle being recycled and going the long way around.
Yeah, you know, if you've got the momentum,
Just keep
keep
rolling.
it, but also don't run into the officials. They don't tend to like it. MS-DOS, of course, getting the lead status out of that whole kerfuffle. Now on that scoring pass. And being able to make it past 666 over here. That would be, of course,
We have nocturnal damage. Yeah, nocturnal damage.
nocturnal damage. All right, I'm looking down at names in the meantime as MS-DOS scores. Again, 8 points on the board for the Throwback Thrashers.
Party Sparkle has now completed their initial pass and is ready to score some points.
And
And the Thrashers are having none of that.
when you've got a lead and when you've got such a gap to close, you're not gonna...
You're not giving a single point away for
Yeah.
free.
Of course, no one in the penalty box means that, like, stalling for time really isn't in your favor either.
Yeah,
Just
if you wanna
tap it.
Want to keep those jams short and high scoring when you're behind.
The alliterative duo, Bunny Bragger and Vegan Vengeance.
And this time, Boney Bragger is the one to claim lead.
BB. Now, closing in
and
on
we see
that.
Vegan Vengeance just got a penalty. I didn't quite catch what for, but they will spend 30 seconds in the box.
What for matters not. All that matters is that we've got a power jam. One, 2, 3 points for the Flashback Furies. But a fast-moving pack tries to keep Boney Bragger from scoring more. Fails, landing them at 8 points so far.
And Vegan Vengeance is back on track, ready to complete that initial pass. But the Furies will not make it easy.
Ooh, bit of a spill, but they're right back up. Trying to get past
Some
Untitled
beautiful one-on-one
Russian.
blocking there, yeah. Managed just to surf Vegan Vengeance right into the 3-wall.
An iron curtain cannot be crossed. Untitled Russian still holding back Vegan Vengeance. Bunny Bragger on that 20 points. Possibly trying to get a 20-point jam going here with 30 seconds still on the clock. Succeeds as well. 20 points.
We are going to have one final jam this half. And this will be with Blair Witch jamming for the Throwback Thrashers and Abs of Steel jamming for the Flashback Furies.
One blocker each in the penalty box.
That is 3 blockers per team starting on track here.
Can be expected that the jammer should get through a little easier, especially considering how strong of a blocker someone like Untitled Russian is. But the rest of the team holds on strong. That jammer is not getting through. It is Abs of Steel on the first scoring pass now.
And dodges and weaves and finds all of the gaps in the pack there.
And what a wall here. The final two blockers being able to recycle Blair Witch that far back. Abs of Steel with 8 points on the board, making it look clean and easy. Of course, you can see in some of these players' faces that this is, in fact, a lot of effort and very tiring.
We've had a successful star pass for the Throwback Thrashers, meaning Bludger is now jamming and has completed initial pass and is ready to score some points, forcing Abs to call this off and to end this half of the game.
Nobody in the penalty box. The last blocker just got out barely. We're looking at 41 to 151.
And we are back. So this half is only going to be 20 minutes because some of these skaters have not played in a long time, and Derby's really hard. But it's going to be a fantastic 20 minutes of Derby, and I cannot wait. Can we get a cheer for the final 20 minutes of Derby today? And taking to the track, we have Party Sparkle FH for the Furies, and we have our jammer for the Thrashers is in the penalty box. A leftover penalty from last half. So this is a power jam start for the Furies. Let's see if they can take advantage. So far, the Thrashers are doing a great job of holding them back, but only for so long. Party Sparkle is now lead jammer. Coming around for a scoring pass, and the jammer for the Thrashers is stood and ready to come in for their initial pass. And the Thrashers are now through their initial pass and ready to start scoring points, forcing Party Sparkle to call this jam off before they get a chance. That is 6 points for the Furies this jam and 0 for the Thrashers.
Now with the 20-minute second half, you got to consider that the Throwback Thrashers also have several players who've been playing for 3 matches in a row, with every match taking an hour and a half. You got to think about just like the total amount of energy spent here.
That is
Some
a
of these
long
people,
day.
Some of these people are jamming as well. Nocturnal Damage here for the Flashback Furies in the lead.
I believe this is Nocturnal Damage's first time jamming for the Furies today, and doing a wonderful job of it, managing to nab 4 points and calling off before the Thrashers get a single one. Very clean derby. I'd like to take a second to shout out for number 42 and 43 on the Furies. They are a derby power couple. They were so thrilled to be playing on a team together. They didn't really get to do that when they used to play. So yeah, it's very exciting.
That's always nice to see. There's something in the sport as well, being derby married to people, but sometimes people are just actually married in the sport.
Yeah, sometimes people legitimately marry each other.
Sometimes both. Abs of Steel here up against MS-DOS. MS-DOS almost making it out of that initial pass, but being hit out of the outside there. It matters not. MS-DOS muscles through regardless.
We have Abs of Steel completing the initial pass and coming around to attempt to score some points. But MS-DOS is not going to have any of that and calls it off first. Very exciting to see the Thrashers holding the Furies pointless for a jam there. That is not an easy feat.
No, the Flashback Furies have proven themselves to be a force to be reckoned with here on the field, here on the track, I should say. Party Sparkle, especially with multiple 20-point jams, I think, specifically on this one jammer. And once again claiming lead over Blair Witch.
We see the jammer for the Throwback Thrashers just received a back block penalty. That is a penalty for hitting somebody in the center of the back. Very much not allowed within the rules of Derby.
4 points on the board for Party Sparkle.
And we see that the white blockers here can spend all of their energy on helping their jammer, on giving some offense, moving the black blockers out of the way. But now they are preparing for Throwback Thrashers jammer to come back onto track. This is Blair Witch coming in for their initial pass.
First impact of Blair Witch here being Well, somewhat successful. It looks like quite a struggle here for that tripod. Beautiful view here right in front of us.
That was a
It sounds like a cut penalty for
a multiplayer penalty
a multiplayer.
on Bludger from the Thrashers.
Aye. Thrashers not really having the space to lose a pivot like that.
Oh, some beautiful footwork from Party Sparkles there. Really confusing the Thrashers blockers,
Seeing
finding
the
the
player roll
gaps.
Can't quite tell who that is as a player due to the lack of numbers. But that's what you get when you get a bunch of legacy players back on track. They might not have all of their old gear still. A full 2-minute jam, and it's another 20-point jam. That's the third time we're seeing it this game.
And no initial pass from the Throwback Thrashers. So that is no points. We see that the Thrashers still have one pivot in the box, but they are stood. That means they have 10 seconds or less before they'll be returning to track. The Thrashers will not be one blocker down for very long here. And we are off. This is Vegan Vengeance versus Peekaboo Panda. I believe this is Peekaboo Panda's first time jamming for the Furies.
Yep, that is correct.
And gets out right behind our lead jammer, Vegan Vengeance.
A lot of alliterative names here in the jammer positions. Vegan Vengeance not that far ahead, but being able to make it through a full scoring pass while Peekaboo Panda here does get caught in that tripod.
And still manages to skip over Bludger's leg there to get out of the pack. And this is Peekaboo Panda coming in for another scoring pass. Vegan Vengeance deciding to keep this running long. It's a real gamble when you're the lead jammer to decide to keep things going. You go, no, I've got this. I'm going to score more points than you are.
I think we might be looking at a situation where we're playing for the love of the game here. Though it's also for the love of the points. 12 up against 4, right? 12 up against 8 right now.
And we're seeing signals from the bench there, keep it running.
16-8. Throwback Thrashers does seem to be in more momentum. I say that as Peekaboo Panda gives a pretty good hit.
Very impressive from Vegan Vengeance, finding the gaps in the pack there and getting through almost untouched.
Might the Flashback Furies be losing some steam here? 20 points on the side of the Throwback Thrashers. That's the fourth time we're seeing that number, but the first time for the black team. And in fact,
this is our highest scoring jam of the day.
Yep, 24 points.
And that goes to the Throwback Thrashers. Can we get a huge cheer? Highest scoring jam!
Woo-hoo! You got to keep them guessing. You got to always expect more.
The officials need a moment to work some things out.
Now I'm thinking if they didn't have a captain at the start, it's the coaches who call an official review. But
so there are two roles that can call an official review, either the captain or the alternate. And normally a team will set their bench coach as the alternate because it's so useful to have somebody who isn't on skates and thinking about how to score points and how to skate, to really think about the bigger picture and the strategy, and to be at the sidelines watching the game and seeing the things that you want to call an official review for. And generally your captain will be one of the blockers on your team. Either one of them is fully allowed to call a team timeout or an official review.
Right, all right, we are getting some info. All right, there's a bit of a heel turn here. The roster is changing.
So our white blocker, 666 Nocturnal Damage, is swapping teams.
To become the black Team 666.
The drama.
Betrayal. It's like pro wrestling. Which is sort of how the sport started, so we're just returning to the origins.
It is so great to see a legacy bout with people wearing sparkly tutus and colorful socks. I've seen some glittery hot pants out here on the track today. It's real old school derby outfits. We haven't seen any fishnets.
Yeah, no, I've watched that recently, that like old, I think roller dome, which is like the old 80s show where they had like an alligator pit in the middle and like a half pipe, and there was a lot going on. Of course, the stuff that's going on the track here right now is Party Sparkle just getting lead again, getting a lot of points again.
We see such fast lateral movement from Party Sparkle here. The tripod trying to hold them, but it's so hard when the jammer is moving side to side like this so speedily. Some
air jamming, some water jamming. I'm not quite sure what the difference between them is. A little apex hop even.
But Party Sparkle makes it look effortless. I can tell you, apex jump's not effortless. Very scary and very hard.
It's like, when's the last time you just like did a high jump in real life? Right, like just think about how hard it is to just jump high, and then with the extra weight of a skate under you, and then you're landing on wheels again, and then there's like 5 people who want to knock you down.
Yeah.
And once I've listed all of this, people are like, why do people play this game?
Because it's so fun.
It's sick. I love it.
And if anybody is thinking about joining, there is a rookie night on, I believe, November 2nd?
16th.
November 16th.
You're thinking about the
doubleheader
home game.
We have a doubleheader coming up.
November 1st.
On November 1st, there are going to be 2 games here in the Disaster Dome. Don't miss it.
France is going to be here. Rotterdam is going to be here. Utrecht is going to be here, so unsurprisingly.
And we have our turncoat on the track jamming for the Throwback Thrashers. This is Nocturnal Damage.
Up against Abs of Steel, former teammate.
Oh,
Abs of Steel
claims lead, but Nocturnal Damage is not far behind.
Are we going to see some fights between old friends? Yes, because that's how the game goes. Abs of Steel calls it off with, looks like 2 points. Lining them at, we passed the 200 mark.
We passed 200 and we missed it.
It just kind of goes when you're scoring like 20 points. Sometimes like, oh, there we are. And somehow we're already halfway through that second half, because it's sort of half of a half of a half.
And we have, again, the alliteration, Vegan Vengeance versus Boney Bragger.
V.
B.
What's going to happen? Vegan Bragger up against Boney Vengeance.
Huh? Sure.
It is Boney Bragger.
The Furies snatch lead once again.
Oh, what a hit. But Vegan Vengeance keeping that stability, staying on track.
And Boney Bragger calls it off really strategically right before the Thrashers could score any points.
But how many points for the Furies then?
The refs are having a little discussion on the outside of the track to determine that, and it's 1 point.
Unos.
But every point counts.
MS-DOS up against the Party Sparkle FH. A lot of abbreviations, a lot of acronyms. Both of them just blazing past, but MS-DOS getting held up where Party Sparkle finds the footing, finds the cracks in that defense.
MS-DOS has found a way out too and is not far behind. Just about half a track.
And what an offense and a little hop.
Beautiful
Beautiful.
from Party Sparkle there.
Tens across the board. 4 points for the Flashback Furies, 0 for the Throwback Thrashers.
We have Nocturnal Damage jamming again for the Thrashers versus Abs of Steel for the Furies.
Nocturnal Damage. I'm tired. I get to make bad jokes now. I'm complaining. Some of these players have been here for those 3 games, fully doing just fully athletic feats. Abs of Steel here.
But nocturnal damage, just blasting straight through the Furies blocker there, trying to stop them.
A slight slip of stability makes you wonder, are those your skates or may it be lone skates? Doesn't matter. It's not like Abs of Steel is going to chance it very far. A little discussion. 4 points for the Furies.
The past few jams have been incredibly clean. We have not been seeing many penalties.
Yeah, no.
I think the halftime, everyone really pulled it together.
Yeah, there was still a little bit at the start where I was like, oh, power jams, power starts. But no, it's... We're seeing a break from the tradition almost here. Vegan Vengeance up against Party Sparkle.
And Vegan Vengeance just stretches that pack out to the front while the Thrashers blockers hold Party Sparkles at the back, forcing those blockers to let Vegan Vengeance go.
That's Vegan Vengeance here,
Already
proving to be
points.
a strong opponent against Party Sparkle, who so far has been kind of almost...
Again, we saw Vegan Vengeance stretching that pack out to the front, gets knocked out and decides, no, I don't want to be recycled. I'm going to call it.
4 points and not even giving away the initial pass to the Flashback Furies.
We are off once again. This time Miss Dos jamming for the Thrashers and Abs of Steel jamming for the Furies. And this is some really good defense from both teams here. Both jammers getting recycled at the start. And I believe, yep, that is Abs of Steel getting a cut penalty for not going back in behind 0-1-0 there.
Ooh, that means we have once again been a bit of a caster's curse. We're back to a power jam in favor of the Throwback Thrashers.
Let's see what they do with it.
I think Abs of Steel might have thought that. Wait, Abs of Steel back
Abs of Steel is back on track.
It might have been a no pack or outside of pack for that blocker who tried to recycle.
Okay, it seems that the penalty on Abs of Steel was rescinded. The decision was that that was not a cut. What was a cut, however, was what Ms. Doss just did. This is now a complete flip, and we have a power jam in the Furies' favor.
With lead still there because of the rescission.
Yes, when you commit a penalty as a jammer, you lose the ability to gain lead. But seeing as that penalty was rescinded and never counted, Abs of Steel was able to gain lead position.
A lot of what ifs nots in the same jam, not even a correction afterwards. Now, of course, we're looking at a power start situation in these last 4 minutes of this game for the Flashback Furies, who are in, I would say, a little bit of a lead here.
Yeah, this is just a smidge of a lead.
Yeah, you know, like a... Yeah.
But the Thrashers are staying strong. Still got smiles on their faces.
No one's giving up until that last whistle blows. This is Party Sparkle FH for the Furies.
Making a very nice little duck round their own blocker there to throw off the blockers from the Thrashers. But it didn't quite work, and they're getting recycled.
And once again, circling the full track on the inside before getting back on track. Well, it looks like they've taken their helmet cover off, so that loses them the right to get lead, even though it's not like MS-DOS has gained it yet. It looks like neither jammer gets lead. I'm not quite sure why MS-DOS isn't allowed. A star pass from the Flashback Furies to Peekaboo Panda.
Yeah, so often as a jammer, if you're really, really stuck, you may not realize the other jammer hasn't gotten out yet, and I've not jammed much, but when I have done this, taking the star off and losing the ability to get lead a little bit early.
Just on like the timing of things, you're assuming that they must have gotten out already.
Yeah, especially when the other jammer's been recycled. They're coming in from behind you, and you're like, they're on a scoring pass, but no. It happens.
So this is, but I'm not quite sure why MS-DOS wasn't allowed the lead still. It doesn't really matter. We're looking at those last 20 seconds of this jam already with 8 to 4 points on the board. Scoring passes 8 to 8 points right now.
Not for long. This is MS-DOS coming in with another 4.
8 to 12, 12 to 8, I should say.
The question now is, can Peekaboo Panda score anything before the 4 seconds are up?
4 points.
I think she just managed to get a full 4.
It looks like
very impressive.
A 12-12.
12-12 jam there.
Which in total 24 points. That's as much as the
this is
almost
a
the highest.
high-scoring jam.
Here we're seeing some Track Ninja violence.
Not the kind of violence we're used to seeing on this track.
You know, everyone's just having a blast in these last.
I believe the very last jam here, unless something very
Possibly.
spectacular happens.
Well, a clean 4-point jam and then another one. It could happen, but it is getting quite tight.
Let's give a big
Abs
cheer
of
for
Steel.
Abs of Steel, our last lead jammer of the day, most likely. Oh, and we're seeing Jammer blocking a jammer there.
That is Nocturnal Damage, the turncoat jammer here. Just doing that.
Oh.
It's a clean hit.
Hard hitting, yeah.
It is allowed.
So when you are hitting someone anti-derby direction, as long as your skates move in derby direction, you're good. It's legal. It's all about where your skates move in that situation.
Yeah, the wheels decide the call. But the
and we have a
period
star
clock
pass.
is at 0.
What a crazy jam. Nocturnal Damage really enjoyed blocking and decided he wanted to do that full time.
We are looking at Blair Witch, one of the jammers for the Throwback Thrashers, now a pivot, but now also, again, a jammer.
And that is our game today. Can we get an immense cheer for our legacy skaters who came back to play just for us? Thank you so much.
An immense cheer for 15 years of Dome City Roller Derby. And everyone who's made it possible all those years.